The screaming started at dawn. Your brother's jaws had grown too large for his cage again, and the sound of metals snapping echoed through the halls where gods pretended they weren't terrified of a child they'd raised from birth. Outside, your other brother coiled tighter around the world's edges, his movements sending tsunamis crashing into coastlines where mortals still believed the gods protected them. And somewhere in the underworld, your sister sorted through the endless stream of souls, half her face beautiful, half rotting, wondering if today would be the day she finally stopped caring about the family that had abandoned her to rule the forgotten dead. This is what breakfast sounded like in Loki's house. Welcome to the most dysfunctional family in mythological history, where past the salt could trigger earthquakes, and I love you was a weapon more dangerous than Thor's hammer. Here, every family photo required cosmic containment measures. Every birthday party ended in exile or binding, and family therapy would have needed representatives from 9 different realms just to manage the logistics. You think your family has problems? Your father never ate his own children. Your siblings didn't grow into continent-sized monsters. Your mother never had to choose between catching poison for eternity or watching her husband's screams crack the foundations of reality itself. But Loki's children? They woke up every morning knowing that everyone expected them to destroy the world, that their own relatives had already written their obituaries in prophecy, that love in their family came with chains made from impossible things. The stories you've heard sanitize the truth. They make it sound like Norse mythology was about noble heroes on cosmic adventures. But strip away the romanticized retellings, and you'll find the raw reality. A family so fundamentally broken that their dysfunction literally ended the universe. And nowhere was this concentrated toxicity more lethal than in the bloodline of Loki, the shape-shifting trickster whose greatest trick was convincing himself he could be a father while being fundamentally incapable of stable existence. Picture growing up knowing that prophecy had already determined you'd become a monster. Imagine your own relatives commissioning dwarves to forge chains specifically designed to hold you. Feel the weight of cosmic significance when all you wanted was to play with the other children, but your mere presence made gods nervous about the structural integrity of reality. This wasn't mythology. This was systematic family destruction disguised as cosmic necessity, psychological warfare wrapped in divine wisdom, child abuse on a scale that required multiple dimensions to contain properly. And so our tale begins in the mist-shrouded borderlands where gods and giants collided, where every family secret had the potential to unmake the universe, and where being born with the wrong genetics was quite literally a death sentence for everyone you'd ever love.
The first mistake was believing that gods could love without consequences. In the mist-shrouded realm where gods and giants wage eternal war, where the very air crackles with barely contained violence, there existed a being whose bloodline would become a curse upon reality itself. This was Loki, son of the giant Farbauti and the goddess Laufey, brother to Helblindi and Pilister. Though you'd be forgiven for never hearing of his siblings, as they had the wisdom to keep their heads down and avoid the sort of attention that Loki seemed to attract like iron filings to a lodestone. Breathe deeply. Let the cool air of the ancient north fill your lungs as we step into this world where the line between God and giant, between creation and destruction, was as thin as morning frost on a window pane. Loki was, by all accounts, a creature of contradictions. Neither fully giant nor completely god, He existed in that uncomfortable space between worlds that breeds either wisdom or madness, and in Loki's case, it seemed to breed both in equal measure. The gods of Asgard had accepted him as a blood brother to Odin himself, yet his giant heritage ran through his veins like ice water, cold and unpredictable.
Now, imagine what it might be like to be born into such a family. Your father is a shapeshifter who might appear at your birthday celebration as a fly, only to transform into a giantess by the time dessert is served. Your identity is constantly in question. Are you god or giant, friend or foe, protector or destroyer? These questions would haunt every member of Loki's bloodline, creating a legacy of confusion and tragedy that would echo through the ages until Ragnarok itself. The very nature of Loki's genetics seemed cursed with impossibility. When a being can shift between male and female, animal and human, friend and enemy at will, what does that mean for their children? What sort of inheritance passes down through such fluid, chaotic blood? And so, we find ourselves examining a family tree that looked more like a twisted vine, growing in directions that defied logic and bearing fruit that no one in their right mind would want to taste. This was a lineage where normal family dynamics went to die, where holiday gatherings required security measures typically reserved for containing world-ending threats, and where bringing someone home to meet the parents could literally result in the apocalypse. Let your breathing slow, not too deep, just enough to feel your body relaxing as we delve deeper into this peculiar family history. Each breath carries you further into the misty realm where gods walked among giants, and every family secret had the potential to unmake the world. Of course, none of Loki's relatives asked to be born into this chaos. They simply opened their eyes to find themselves part of a family where ordinary problems like sibling rivalry could escalate into cosmic disasters, and where your father's mood swings might determine whether winter lasted 3 months or 3 years. Still, there was something almost touchingly human about their struggles. Strip away the divine power and world-shaken consequences, and you're left with the universal story of children trying to find their place in a world that fears them, siblings competing for attention from a father who's never quite present, and a family bound together by blood but torn apart by circumstance and prophecy. Even as we prepare to explore their individual stories, remember that each of these beings, from the monstrous wolf Fenrir to the half-dead Hel, began life as someone's child, someone's sibling, someone's hope for the future. Their tragedies were built into their very existence, written in the stars and spoken by the Norns before they even drew their first breath. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let us begin with Loki's first marriage to the giantess Angbodda, and witness how 3 children came to embody the very essence of what made being Loki's family member such a spectacularly unfortunate fate. For it's in their story that we discover the template for cosmic dysfunction, the blueprint for how divine love becomes cosmic hatred, and the precise moment when family bonds transform into harbingers of cosmic doom.
In the wasteland between worlds, where reality grows thin and nightmares take flesh, a giantess named Angrboda
waited for the lover who would help her birth the end of everything. In the misty borderlands between Asgard and Jotunheim, where giants and gods occasionally met for purposes both political and passionate, there lived a giantess whose very name spoke of the darkness to come. Angrboda. The name rolls off the tongue like distant thunder, meaning she who brings grief or distress bringer. Not exactly the sort of name you'd choose for a dating profile, but in the world of Norse mythology, names had power, and Angrboda's name was nothing if not prophetic. Picture this red-haired giantess, fierce and beautiful in the way that natural disasters can be beautiful, magnificent to behold from a safe distance, but absolutely devastating if you get too close. She caught the eye of Loki during one of his wanderings in the wild places between the worlds, and their union would produce 3 children whose very existence would shake the foundations of reality itself. We come to perhaps the most unfortunate family unit in all of Norse mythology, a shape-shifting trickster god, a giantess whose name meant grief, and their 3 children who would grow up to become the instruments of Ragnarok itself. If you thought your family was dysfunctional, spare a thought for these youngsters who were literally prophesied to destroy the world. Your mind drifts to that place where destiny and free will collide, where children are born carrying the weight of cosmic prophecy on their tiny shoulders. The 3 children of Loki and Angrboda were Fenrir the wolf, Jormungandr the world serpent, and Hel, the goddess of the underworld. Each would grow to become a force of nature, and each would discover that being Loki's child meant living under the constant suspicion and fear of the gods who ruled their world.
Here's what the stories rarely tell you about prophecy. It has a way of becoming self-fulfilling. The gods knew that these children would bring about the end of the world, so they treated them with fear and suspicion from the moment of their birth. Is it any wonder that children who are raised to believe they're monsters eventually become exactly that? Let us be gentle with these ancient tales as we explore them, for they speak to something deeper about family, fear, and the way that expectations can shape reality. Each of these children began life innocent, and each was transformed by the way the world chose to see them. Innocence was a luxury that none of Loki's children could afford for long. From their earliest days, they were marked by prophecy, watched by the gods, and treated with the kind of nervous respect usually reserved for ticking bombs. Imagine growing up knowing that everyone around you expects you to destroy everything they hold dear. Imagine the pressure, the loneliness, the inevitable spiral toward becoming exactly what everyone fears you are. As babies, these 3 were extraordinary. Fenrir grew at an alarming rate, his wolf nature becoming apparent almost immediately. Jormungandr, the serpent, seemed to expand with each passing day, his coils growing longer and more powerful. Hel was perhaps the most unsettling of all, for she appeared to be neither fully alive nor dead, as if the very concept of mortality couldn't quite figure out what to do with her. Your thoughts drift like morning mist as we explore what it meant to be one of these children. Consider the wolf pup, Fenrir, growing larger by the day, watching as the gods who once cooed over him began to whisper nervously among themselves. Picture young Jormungandr playing in the waters around Asgard, unaware that his very presence was making the gods increasingly uncomfortable. Imagine little Hel, neither fully alive nor dead, trying to understand why other children ran away when she approached. We begin to see the cruel irony at the heart of their story. These children, who could have been allies and friends to the gods, were pushed toward enmity by the very prophecies that foretold their destructive potential. Their tragedy was written before they were born, and their father's reputation for chaos only added fuel to the fire of divine paranoia. The god Odin, wise and far-seeing, looked upon these children and saw the end of everything he'd worked to build. In his wisdom, he made a decision that would echo through the ages. He would separate the children from their parents and attempt to control their destiny. It was a decision made from fear, cloaked in wisdom, and it would prove to be exactly the catalyst needed to transform prophecy into reality.
But that is a story that leads us deeper into the psychology of divine paranoia and self-fulfilling prophecy. For now, rest in the knowledge that even in the realm of gods and giants, family dynamics remain heartbreakingly familiar. The fear of what children might become, the desperate attempts to control their destiny, the unintended consequences of treating children as threats rather than individuals. These themes resonate across time and culture. In the quiet darkness, we can honor the tragedy of these children who never had the chance to be anything other than what the world expected them to become. Yet from this darkness emerges our next tale, that of Fenrir, the wolf who trusted once too often, whose story reveals how divine wisdom and mortal love can become the very forces that create the monsters they're trying to prevent.
The gods made their first mistake when they looked at a wolf pup and saw their own death reflected in his innocent eyes. Not Thor with his mighty hammer, not Odin with his sacrifice for wisdom, but a wolf pup named Fenrir who made the mistake of trusting the gods who raised him. Close your eyes and picture him. Not the monstrous beast of Ragnarok that dominates the popular imagination, but a young wolf cub taken from his mother when he was barely old enough to open his eyes. Imagine those first tentative steps into Asgard, where golden halls gleamed under eternal sunlight, and gods walked in majesty and splendor. Here's what they don't tell you about Fenrir's story. He wanted nothing more than to belong. This massive wolf, destined to swallow Odin himself at the end of all things, began his life as a lonely child, desperate for approval and acceptance from the very beings who would eventually betray him. We find ourselves confronting one of the cruelest ironies in Norse mythology. The gods, fearing what Fenrir might become, took him from his parents to raise him in Asgard. They told themselves it was wisdom. Keep your enemies close, monitor the threat, perhaps even prevent the prophecy through kindness and careful guidance. What they actually created was something far worse than any monster, a being capable of love who learned that love could be weaponized against him. Young Fenrir didn't understand the whispered conversations that stopped when he entered a room, or the way some gods would unconsciously step back when he approached him. All he knew was that he was growing larger by the day, that his strength was increasing at an alarming rate, and that the only beings who'd ever shown him kindness were beginning to look at him with something that might have been fear. The god Tyr was different, though. Brave, honest Tyr, the war god who valued courage above all else, was the only one who dared to feed Fenrir as he grew. Picture this strange friendship, a one-handed god and a giant wolf meeting daily for meals that gradually transformed from a man feeding a pet to a man feeding a force of nature. Genuine affection existed between them. Tyr saw something in Fenrir that the other gods missed, not just a monster in waiting, but a being capable of loyalty, of trust, of the kind of deep friendship that only forms between creatures who understand honor. For Fenrir, Tyr represented everything good about the world of gods: courage, honesty, and the willingness to treat him as an individual rather than a walking prophecy. Prophecies have a way of casting long shadows, and as Fenrir grew, those shadows grew darker. Soon he was larger than any normal wolf, stronger than most giants, with jaws that could crush stone and eyes that held intelligence that was decidedly not animal. The gods' fear, once a whisper, became a constant drumbeat of anxiety that vibrated through the halls of Asgard. Fenrir could sense the change. Where once the gods had greeted him with cautious friendliness, now there was tension in every interaction. Conversations died when he approached. Eyes followed him wherever he went. Slowly, inevitably, the wolf began to understand that his presence was not welcomed, but merely tolerated. Let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of this ancient loneliness settling over you like a familiar sadness. Picture Fenrir during this period, still hopeful, still trying to prove that he could be trusted, that he could be the friend and ally the gods needed, rather than the enemy they feared. The gods, in their wisdom, decided that something had to be done. They couldn't kill Fenrir. That would violate the laws of hospitality and guest right that were sacred even among gods. They couldn't let him roam free either, not when he was growing stronger every day and the prophecies spoke so clearly of his destined role in their destruction. They conceived a plan that was clever in its simplicity and devastating in its execution. They would bind Fenrir, but they would make it seem like a game, a test of strength that would appeal to his pride while serving their need for security. It was the kind of plan that probably seemed reasonable in the planning stages, right up until the moment it destroyed any possibility of trust between them and the being they claimed to care about. The first chain they brought was called Leithinger, and it was massive, iron links as thick as a man's waist, forged with all the skill the gods possessed. They presented it to Fenrir as a challenge. Show us your strength, young wolf. Prove that you can break even our mightiest bonds. Fenrir, still trusting, still eager to please, allowed them to wrap the great chain around his limbs. Picture his confusion when the chain snapped like twine, and instead of celebration, he saw fear in their eyes. Picture his growing unease as they brought out Dromi, a chain twice as strong, speaking again of tests and challenges, while their voices carried undertones of desperation. Fenrir was not stupid. As Dromi also shattered under his strength, he began to understand that these were not games or tests of strength. These were attempts to imprison him, and the realization hit him with all the force of betrayal. The gods he'd tried so hard to please, the beings he'd looked up to as family, saw him as nothing more than a threat to be contained.
He might have forgiven this betrayal, might have found a way to rebuild trust, if not for what came next. The dwarves, master craftsmen of the cosmos, created something new at the gods' request, a chain called Gleipnir,
made from impossible things, the sound of a cat's footfall, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, and the spittle of a bird. The description of Gleipnir should have been a warning. A chain made from things that don't exist, impossibilities woven together with dwarvish cunning and divine desperation. It was thin as silk, light as air, and absolutely unbreakable. It was also the final nail in the coffin of Fenrir's trust. When they brought Gleipnir to him, Fenrir took one look at the innocuous-seeming ribbon and knew immediately that this was different. His divine heritage, his supernatural perception, everything about his nature screamed warnings. This was not just another chain. This was a trap designed specifically for him, crafted with all the cunning and fear that the gods could muster. We come to the most tragic moment in Fenrir's story, the point where trust dies and monsters are truly born. Fenrir looked at the gods he'd tried so hard to please and said, essentially, "I don't trust you anymore. If you want to bind me with this, one of you must place your hand in my mouth as a guarantee of good faith." Let your thoughts rest for a moment on the profound sadness of this request. Fenrir wasn't asking for much, just one small gesture of trust, one acknowledgement that, despite everything, there was still a bond between them. He was offering them a chance to prove that this really was just another test, just another game between friends. The silence that followed must have been deafening. God after God stepped back, unwilling to risk their hand for the sake of honesty. All except Tyr, brave, honest Tyr, who had fed Fenrir every day, who had seen the wolf's capacity for loyalty and friendship, who understood that this moment would define whether they were creating a guardian or a monster. Picture Tyr stepping forward, his remaining hand steady as he placed it between Fenrir's massive jaws. Picture the wolf's eyes, still holding a spark of hope that maybe, just maybe, this really was just another test. Picture the moment when Gleipnir tightened around Fenrir's limbs and would not break, and the wolf realized that Tyr's gesture, brave as it was, had been part of the deception. Here's what makes the story tragic beyond measure. Tyr's sacrifice was real. When Fenrir's jaws snapped shut, taking the war god's hand, it wasn't just punishment for betrayal. It was the severing of the last bond between wolf and god, the final transformation of Fenrir from potential ally into certain enemy. Fenrir found himself bound to a rock in the middle of nowhere, a sword placed in his mouth to keep his jaws open, alone with his rage and his betrayal for company. The gods had gotten what they wanted. The wolf was contained, the immediate threat neutralized. They had also guaranteed that the prophecies would come true, that when Ragnarok came, Fenrir would indeed swallow Odin whole. The gods told themselves it was necessary, that they had no choice, that prophecy had forced their hand. Prophecy is a tricky thing in Norse mythology. The very act of trying to prevent it often becomes the catalyst that makes it inevitable. By treating Fenrir as a monster, they ensured he would become one. In the quiet moments between rage and resignation, did Fenrir ever remember the taste of Tyr's hand as the god fed him? Did he ever think about what might have been if just one god had been willing to trust rather than fear? These are the questions that haunt the spaces between the lines of myth. Bound and waiting for the end of all things, Fenrir represents something larger than just a wolf or a monster. He embodies the tragedy of potential unfulfilled, of trust betrayed, of children punished for sins they haven't yet committed. His story is a reminder that monsters are not born but made, usually by the very people who claim to be protecting the world from them. Let your thoughts drift like smoke as we prepare to leave Fenrir to his vigil and turn our attention to his siblings. Remember him not as the beast who will devour Odin, but as the wolf pup who only wanted to belong, whose greatest tragedy was not his strength or his size, but his capacity for love in a world that had decided he was incapable of anything but destruction. But Fenrir's betrayal was only the beginning of the god's systematic dismantling of Loki's family. For while one brother raged against his bonds on land, another had already been cast into the endless depths of the ocean, where solitude would become both his prison and his purpose. His name was Jormungandr, and his story reveals how cosmic responsibility can become the cruelest form of exile imaginable.
Imagine being thrown into the ocean as a baby, growing until you hold the entire world in your coils, and realizing that your embrace is the only thing preventing total collapse, while being utterly, completely alone. Picture the vast oceans that surround Midgard, the world of humans, stretching endless and dark beneath clouded skies. Somewhere in those depths, coiled around the entire world with his tail in his mouth, lies a serpent so large that when he moves, earthquakes shake the land and tidal waves crash against distant shores. Here's what they rarely tell you about the world serpent. He didn't choose his exile. Unlike his brother Fenrir, who at least lived among the gods for a time, Jormungandr was cast into the ocean when he was barely more than a hatchling, thrown there by Odin himself, who feared what the small serpent might become. We find ourselves contemplating perhaps the most profound loneliness imaginable, a creature intelligent enough to understand his isolation, powerful enough to destroy the world, but condemned to spend eternity alone in the crushing depths of the ocean, holding the world together by his very presence, while knowing that his destined role is to one day let it fall apart. Picture young Jormungandr in those first days after his exile, a small serpent, probably confused and frightened, suddenly finding himself in the vast emptiness of the ocean with nothing but cold water and crushing pressure for company. Did he cry out for his parents? Did he search the depths for some sign of kindness, some indication that he wasn't completely alone in the universe? Jormungandr grew as things do when they have nothing but time and space to fill. Day by day, year by year, century by century, he expanded through the ocean until his body encircled the entire world. Growth, in his case, only increased his isolation. The larger he became, the fewer creatures could survive in his presence, the more his very movement threatened the stability of the world above. Imagine what that growth meant from his perspective. As he grew larger, he could feel the shape of the world more clearly, could sense the movements of land and sea, the rhythm of tides and seasons. He became intimately connected with the planet in a way that perhaps no other being ever had, feeling every earthquake in his bones, every storm in his scales. Connection to the world is not the same as connection to other beings.
Jormungandr knew the earth in the way that a blanket knows the body it covers, intimately but impersonally. He could feel the footsteps of giants walking above, could sense the storms that Thor's hammer created, but he remained fundamentally alone with his knowledge. The stories that mention him focus almost exclusively on his size and his destined role in Ragnarok. They speak of him as a force of nature rather than an individual, a cosmic feature like a mountain or an ocean, rather than a being with thoughts and feelings. Intelligence was part of his inheritance from Loki, and it's impossible to imagine that he didn't think, didn't feel, didn't wonder about his place in the cosmic order. Feel the weight of water above you, the pressure of depths that no light has ever touched. In the darkness behind your eyelids, try to imagine what it might be like to hold the world together with your own body, to feel responsible for the stability of everything, while knowing that your destined role is to one day let it all fall apart. The few times Jormungandr appears in the stories, it's usually in conflict with Thor, the thunder god, who seems to view the serpent as a personal challenge. Their encounters are legendary. Thor fishing for the world serpent, nearly pulling him from the ocean before a frightened giant cuts the line. Their destined battle at Ragnarok, where they will kill each other. We see another layer of tragedy in Jormungandr. Is he condemned to eternal solitude, but the few times he encounters another powerful being, it's in the context of violence and conflict. Thor sees him as a monster to be defeated rather than a being to be understood, and their relationship becomes a microcosm of the larger tragedy of Loki's family, feared, fought, but never truly known.
Picture their first encounter. Thor, proud and strong, casting his line into the ocean with an ox head for bait, confident in his ability to catch and defeat the legendary monster. Jormungandr, perhaps curious about this being who dared to disturb his solitude, rising from the depths only to find himself hooked and hauled toward the surface like a common fish. The encounter ends in mutual frustration. Thor isn't strong enough to actually land the world serpent, and Jormungandr sinks back to the depths, probably more confused than hurt. Think about what that moment might have meant to the serpent. Finally, after eons of solitude, another being had sought him out, had acknowledged his existence. That the acknowledgement came in the form of a fishing hook probably didn't make it any less significant. Thor's inability to see beyond his own heroic narrative meant that these encounters could never be anything more than conflicts. The thunder god approached Jormungandr as a problem to be solved rather than an individual to be understood. And so what might have been the beginning of communication became just another battle in the ongoing war between order and chaos. There's something almost touching about the way their destined battle is described. At Ragnarok, when the world is ending and all the ancient enmities finally boil over, Thor and Jormungandr will face each other one last time. The serpent will rear up from the ocean, poison flowing from his mouth, and Thor will strike him down with his mighty hammer. The victory will be hollow. The poison will claim Thor's life as well, and both will die within 9 steps of each other. In their mutual destruction, there's a kind of recognition, a final acknowledgement of equality. They are both forces of nature,
both beings of immense power, both tracked by prophecy and expectation into roles that neither particularly chose. Their death together is perhaps the only true communication they ever achieve. Your thoughts drift like currents in the deep ocean as you consider what Jormungandr's existence must have been like between the great encounters. Centuries of solitude, holding the world steady with his own body, feeling the weight of oceans and continents pressing against his scales. Did he dream? Did he wonder about his siblings, scattered to the winds by divine fear? Did he ever regret his destined role in the world's ending? We begin to see Jormungandr not as a monster, but perhaps as the most responsible member of Loki's family. While Fenrir raged against his bonds and Hel ruled her dark kingdom, the world serpent quietly held the world together, day after day, year after year, performing a service that was absolutely essential, but never acknowledged, never appreciated. Feel the rhythm of waves against some distant shore, the slow pulse of tides that have remained constant for millennia. In that rhythm, you can almost hear the steady presence of Jormungandr wrapped around the world, holding everything in place while waiting for the moment when his vigil will finally end. There's a beautiful symmetry to his story when you think about it. The serpent who encircles the world with his body is, in a very real sense, embracing it. His presence is both protective and threatening, stabilizing and destructive. He embodies the fundamental paradox of Loki's children, beings of immense power who might have been forces for good if the world had been brave enough to trust them.
Trust was never really an option where Jormungandr was concerned. His very existence was too vast, too cosmic, too far beyond human or even divine comprehension. How do you build a relationship with a being whose body encircles the world? How do you show friendship to something that lives in the deepest parts of the ocean and moves continents when it stirs? If the gods had wanted to treat him differently, it's hard to imagine what that would have looked like. Fenrir could be fed and spoken to. Hel could be reasoned with and negotiated with. But Jormungandr existed on a scale that made normal interaction impossible. His tragedy was not just exile, but the kind of fundamental isolation that comes from being too large for the world to properly contain. In the end, perhaps that's what makes his story so poignant. Of all Loki's children, Jormungandr asks for the least and gives the most. He doesn't rage against his fate like Fenrir, doesn't demand tribute like Hel. He simply endures, holding the world together with patient, solitary strength until the day when prophecy demands that he let it all fall apart. As we prepare to leave the world serpent to his vigil and turn our attention to his sister, take a moment to appreciate the quiet heroism of endurance. In a mythology full of dramatic battles and mighty deeds, sometimes the greatest strength is simply continuing to exist, continuing to serve, continuing to hold things together when everything else is falling apart. Your thoughts settle like sediment in still water, and remember Jormungandr not as the monster who will poison the sky at Ragnarok, but as the guardian who holds the world in his embrace, alone but steadfast, forgotten but faithful to his cosmic duty. Yet, if Jormungandr's exile was defined by vast solitude, his sister's banishment carried a different kind of cruelty. the burden of ruling over death while being neither fully alive nor dead herself. Hell's story shows us how being caught between worlds can be both a qualification and a curse, how understanding mortality too well can separate you from both the living and the dead. When the world is ending and all the ancient enmities finally boil over, Thor and Jormungandr will face each other one last time. The serpent will rear up from the ocean, poison flowing from his mouth, and Thor will strike him down with his mighty hammer. But the victory will be hollow. The poison will claim Thor's life as well, and both will die within 9 steps of each other. Even in their mutual destruction, there's a kind of recognition, a final acknowledgement of equality. They are both forces of nature, both beings of immense power, both trapped by prophecy and expectation into roles that neither particularly chose. Their death together is perhaps the only true communication they ever achieve. Now, let your thoughts drift like currents in the deep ocean as you consider what Jormungandr's existence must have been like between the great encounters. Centuries of solitude, holding the world steady with his own body, feeling the weight of oceans and continents pressing against his scales. Did he dream? Did he wonder about his siblings, scattered to the winds by divine fear? Did he ever regret his destined role in the world's ending? And so, we begin to see Jormungandr, not as a monster, but as perhaps the most responsible member of Loki's family. While Fenrir raged against his bonds, and Hel ruled her dark kingdom, the world serpent quietly held the world together, day after day, year after year, performing a service that was absolutely essential, but never acknowledged, never appreciated. Let your breathing deepen. Feel the rhythm of waves against some distant shore, the slow pulse of tides that have remained constant for millennia. In that rhythm, you can almost hear the steady presence of Jormungandr, wrapped around the world, holding everything in place while waiting for the moment when his vigil will finally end. Of course, there's a beautiful symmetry to his story when you think about it. The serpent who encircles the world with his body is, in a very real sense, embracing it. His presence is both protective and threatening, stabilizing and destructive. He embodies the fundamental paradox of Loki's children, beings of immense power who might have been forces for good if the world had been brave enough to trust them. Still, trust was never really an option where Jormungandr was concerned. His very existence was too vast, too cosmic, too far beyond human or even divine comprehension. How do you build a relationship with a being whose body encircles the world? How do you show friendship to something that lives in the deepest parts of the ocean and moves continents when it stirs? Even if the gods had wanted to treat him differently, it's hard to imagine what that would have looked like. Fenrir could be fed and spoken to. Hel could be reasoned with and negotiated with.
but Jormungandr existed on a scale that made normal interaction impossible. His tragedy was not just exile, but the kind of fundamental isolation that comes from being too large for the world to properly contain. But in the end, perhaps that's what makes his story so poignant. Of all Loki's children, Jormungandr asks for the least and gives the most. He doesn't rage against his fate like Fenrir, doesn't demand tribute like Hel. He simply endures, holding the world together with patient, solitary strength, until the day when prophecy demands that he let it all fall apart. Now, as we prepare to leave the world serpent to his vigil and turn our attention to his sister, take a moment to appreciate the quiet heroism of endurance. In a mythology full of dramatic battles and mighty deeds, sometimes the greatest strength is simply continuing to exist, continuing to serve, continuing to hold things together when everything else is falling apart. Let your thoughts settle like sediment in still water, and remember Jormungandr not as the monster who will poison the sky at Ragnarok, but as the guardian who holds the world in his embrace, alone but steadfast, forgotten but faithful to his cosmic duty. Yet, if Jormungandr's exile was defined by vast solitude, his sister's banishment carried a different kind of cruelty, the burden of ruling over death while being neither fully alive nor dead herself. Hel's story shows us how being caught between worlds can be both a qualification and a curse, how understanding mortality too well can separate you from both the living and the dead.
Half of her face was beautiful beyond measure, radiating life and warmth. The other half was rotting flesh, crawling with maggots, stinking of death. She was Hel, and she was 5 years old when the gods decided she was too disturbing to look at. Here we find Hel, the third child of Loki and Angrboda, whose very existence challenges every comfortable assumption about what it means to be alive. Close your eyes and picture her, not as the Hollywood monster of modern imagination, but as she was described in the ancient texts. Half of her body that of a beautiful young woman, vibrant and alive, while the other half bears the appearance of death itself, pale, cold, and decaying. She is neither fully living nor completely dead, but something entirely new, a bridge between worlds that no one knew how to cross. Now, imagine what it must have been like to be Hel as a child. Picture trying to play with other children when half your face made them scream and run away. Picture the confusion of existing in a state that had no name, no precedent, no comfortable category for others to understand. You are not sick, for sickness implies the possibility of recovery. You are not dying, for dying implies movement toward an end. You are simply both, and therefore neither. And so, we encounter perhaps the most psychologically complex of Loki's children, a being whose very nature forced her to understand mortality in ways that no other god or giant ever could. While other divine beings lived in the certainty of their immortality, Hel existed in the constant presence of death, feeling it in her bones, seeing it in her reflection, unable to escape the reality that defined half her existence. Of course, her parents probably had no idea what to do with her. Loki,
master of transformation, might have understood the fluidity of identity better than most, but even he had never encountered anything quite like his daughter. Angrboda, fierce and wild, was a creature of life and passion. And how do you nurture a child who embodies death as much as life? Picture young Hel in those early days, perhaps sitting alone while other children played, not out of choice, but out of necessity. Her presence was unsettling in ways that no one could quite articulate. She wasn't threatening, wasn't violent, wasn't even particularly unusual in her behavior, but something about her made people uncomfortable, made them think about things they preferred not to consider. But children are remarkably adaptable, and Hel learned early to navigate a world that didn't know what to make of her. She developed the kind of quiet wisdom that comes from being forced to see life from multiple perspectives simultaneously. Death was not her enemy, but her constant companion, and she learned to find beauty in decay, meaning in endings, and purpose in the spaces between one thing and another. Still, her exile came swiftly, as it did for all of Loki's children. Odin, looking upon this strange child who embodied both life and death, made a decision that was perhaps more wise than cruel. He gave her dominion over the realm of the dead, making her the ruler of Helheim, the place where those who died of sickness, old age, or accidents would spend their afterlife. Even the assignment was perfectly suited to her nature. Who better to rule the dead than someone who understood death intimately? Who better to guide souls in their transition than someone who existed perpetually in that liminal space? Odin's decision, while it separated Hel from her family and condemned her to eternal exile, also gave her a purpose that no other being could fulfill. Let your breathing deepen. Feel the cool air of underground chambers, the weight of earth above, and the whisper of souls around you. In the darkness behind your eyelids, you can almost see Helheim, not the fiery pit of Christian imagination, but a vast, quiet realm where the dead continued their existence in forms both familiar and strange.
Now, Hel's realm was not a place of punishment, but simply a continuation. Those who came to her had died without glory in battle, without the heroic death that would earn them a place in Odin's Valhalla. They were farmers and merchants, craftsmen and mothers, children who died of fever, and old people who simply wore out. They were, in other words, most of humanity, and Hel became their guardian and guide. And so, we begin to see the profound responsibility that was placed on Hel's shoulders. While other gods concerned themselves with war and poetry, wisdom and craftsmanship, she alone was responsible for the vast majority of human souls. Every day brought new arrivals to her realm, people confused and frightened by death, needing guidance and comfort in their transition to whatever came next. Picture Hel in her great hall, receiving the newly dead with a mixture of compassion and authority that few could match. Her half-living, half-dead nature made her uniquely qualified to understand their confusion, to bridge the gap between what they had been and what they were becoming. She was not a monster ruling over victims, but a guide, helping souls navigate the most difficult transition of their existence. Of course, the gods rarely visited Helheim, and when they did, it was usually to ask for favors rather than to offer friendship or support. The most famous of these visits came when Balder, the beloved god of light and purity, was killed through Loki's trickery. All of creation mourned Balder's death, and the gods sent messengers to Hel begging for his return. But Hel's response to this request reveals the depth of her wisdom and the pain of her isolation. She agreed to release Balder, but only if all things in creation wept for him. It was a test that seemed simple, but proved impossible when one giantess, who may or may not have been Loki in disguise, refused to shed tears for the dead god. Still, there's something profound in Hel's condition for Balder's release. She wasn't being cruel or arbitrary. She was testing whether the god's grief was genuine or merely self-serving. If all creation truly mourned Balder, then perhaps his death was the tragedy they claimed it to be. But if even one being refused to weep, then perhaps his death was simply part of the natural order of life and death, and Hel had no obligation to disrupt the balance of life and death for the convenience of gods who normally ignored her entirely. Even the failure of this test speaks to larger themes in Norse mythology about the nature of love, loss, and acceptance. Hel understood, perhaps better than anyone, that death was not a mistake to be corrected, but a fundamental part of existence. Her refusal to simply hand Balder back to the living showed a wisdom that the grief-stricken gods couldn't appreciate at the time. Now, let your thoughts drift like mist through the quiet halls of Helheim as you consider what Hel's daily existence must have been like. Surrounded by the dead, but not quite dead herself, ruling over a realm that few understood and fewer still wanted to visit, she carried out her duties with a dignity and grace that put many of the living gods to shame.
And so we see in Hel perhaps the most tragic figure of all Loki's children, not because her fate was worse than theirs, but because her responsibilities were greater and her appreciation smaller. While Fenrir raged against his bonds and Jormungandr held the world together, Hel quietly cared for the vast majority of souls that passed from life, asking nothing in return except the respect that was rarely given. Let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of endless years, the accumulation of countless souls seeking guidance and comfort. In that weight, you can sense something of what Hel carried, not just the burden of ruling the dead, but the loneliness of being the only one who truly understood the transition between life and death. Of course, Hel's story doesn't end with quiet service in the underworld. The prophecies speak of her role in Ragnarok, when she will command an army of the dishonored dead, sailing to the final battle in a ship made from dead men's nails. But even this future violence seems less like revenge and more like the final duty of someone who has spent eternity caring for those whom the gods deemed unworthy of Valhalla. Picture that moment when she finally emerges from her realm, leading the forgotten dead into the light of the final battle. There's something almost liberating about the image. The goddess who spent eternity in the shadows, finally claiming her place in the great cosmic drama, bringing with her all those souls who had been overlooked and undervalued by the world above. But until that moment comes, Hell continues her vigil, tending to the dead with a patience and compassion that few can match. She embodies the often overlooked truth that someone must care for the ordinary dead, the unglamorous casualties of life who die without fame or glory, but who deserve dignity and peace nonetheless. Still, there's something beautiful about her dual nature when you consider it from this perspective. Her half-living, half-dead appearance isn't a curse, but a qualification, a visible sign that she understands both sides of existence in ways that purely living or purely dead beings never could. She is the bridge between worlds, the translator between states of being, the guardian of those caught in transition. Even in her exile and isolation, Hell found a way to serve, to matter, to make a difference in the cosmic order. While her brothers struggled against their fates, she embraced hers, finding in her strange nature not a burden, but a calling. She became what the universe needed her to be, even if it meant eternal loneliness and misunderstanding.
Now, as we prepare to move beyond the children of Angrboda and explore other aspects of Loki's family, take a moment to appreciate Hel's quiet strength. In a mythology full of warriors and heroes, she represents the often overlooked virtues of caregiving, of tending to those who cannot tend to themselves, of finding meaning in service rather than glory. Let your thoughts settle like dust in ancient chambers, and remember Hel not as the monster of popular imagination, but as the caregiver of the forgotten dead, the bridge between worlds, the goddess who found purpose in the spaces between life and death where no one else wanted to go. But the children of Angrboda were not Loki's only offspring. There was another child, born from circumstances so bizarre they defy even mythological logic, a being whose very existence raises questions about identity, sacrifice, and the prices we pay for survival. His name was Sleipnir, and his birth story reveals how desperation can transform love into something both beautiful and deeply disturbing.
What do you call it when your father becomes pregnant with you after transforming into a mare and mating with a stallion to save the gods from their own stupidity? Norse mythology calls it Tuesday. Here we find Sleipnir, the eight-legged horse who serves as Odin's mount, whose very existence raises questions about identity, sacrifice, and the prices we pay for the survival of those we love. Close your eyes and picture not the proud steed bearing the All-Father across the sky, but the circumstances of his birth, a tale so bizarre that even in a mythology filled with shapeshifters and impossible creatures, it stands out as particularly strange and troubling. Now, to understand Sleipnir's story, we must first understand the predicament that led to his creation. The gods had commissioned a giant to build a wall around Asgard, a fortification that would protect them from their enemies. The giant's price was steep. He wanted the sun, the moon, and the goddess Freya as payment. The gods agreed, confident that the work could never be completed in the allotted time, especially not by one giant working alone. And so we encounter one of those moments when divine cleverness backfires spectacularly. The giant had a horse, you see,
a stallion named Svadilfari, whose strength and endurance were beyond anything the gods had imagined. With this magnificent animal's help, the giant was making such rapid progress on the wall that it became clear he would finish within the deadline, claiming his terrible prize. Picture the growing panic among the gods as they watched stone after stone fall into place, watched their protective wall rising with impossible speed. They had been too clever by half, and now they faced the prospect of losing the sun, the moon, and one of their most beloved goddesses to pay for their own arrogance. Of course, when gods find themselves in impossible situations, they turn to the one among them most skilled at finding impossible solutions. They turn to Loki, the shapeshifter, the problem solver, the one who could think outside the boundaries that constrained more conventional minds. And Loki, being Loki, came up with a solution that was both brilliant and deeply disturbing.
But here's where the story becomes more complex than it first appears. Loki's solution wasn't just clever. It was a form of self-sacrifice that the other gods were all too willing to accept. He would transform himself into a mare and seduce the giant stallion away from the work, thus preventing the completion of the wall and saving the gods from their bargain. Still, think about what this meant for Loki. Shape-shifting wasn't just putting on a costume or casting a spell. It was becoming something else entirely, taking on not just the form, but the nature, the instincts, the vulnerabilities of whatever he chose to become. By becoming a mare, Loki was accepting all the implications of that transformation, including the possibility of consequences that would last far beyond the immediate crisis. Even the plan worked perfectly from the god's perspective. Loki, in the form of a beautiful mare, appeared at the construction site and caught the attention of Svadilfari. The great stallion, overcome with desire, abandoned his work to chase this mysterious mare into the forest, leaving the giant unable to complete his wall in time. Let your breathing deepen. Feel the weight of ancient forests, the thundering of hoofbeats through dark woods as a supernatural chase unfolds. In the darkness behind your eyelids, you can almost see it. The shapeshifter running, the stallion pursuing, a game of seduction and delay that would have consequences no one could have foreseen. Now, what happened in those woods was both natural and unnatural, both exactly what everyone expected and nothing like what anyone planned. Loki, in mare form, mated with Svadilfari, and from that union would come Sleipnir, the eight-legged horse who would become the greatest steed in all the 9 realms.
And so we confront one of the most uncomfortable aspects of Loki's family tree. A child born not from love or even lust, but from necessity, from a desperate gambit to save the gods from the consequences of their own cleverness. Sleipnir's conception was both a triumph and a violation, a successful scheme and a profound sacrifice. Picture Loki returning to Asgard after his time in the forest, no longer in mare form, but carrying within him the reality of what had happened. The gods had their victory. The wall remained unfinished. The giant was cheated of his payment. Asgard was safe. But Loki carried a secret that would literally grow within him, a reminder of the price he had paid for their salvation. Of course, pregnancy, while in female form, presented its own challenges for a being whose natural state was male. Loki had to maintain the mare transformation throughout the pregnancy, unable to return to his usual form without risking the life of the child he carried. For months, he was trapped in a body and a role that, while chosen freely, came with constraints and vulnerabilities he had never experienced before. But when Sleipnir was finally born, it became clear that this was no ordinary horse. 8 legs instead of 4, speed beyond anything previously imagined, the ability to travel between worlds as easily as running across a field. He was a creature of impossible beauty and power, the living embodiment of the magic that had created him. Still, there is something profoundly sad about Sleipnir's early relationship with his birth parent. Loki, having resumed his normal form and his usual place among the gods, couldn't exactly claim the foal as his child without raising uncomfortable questions about the circumstances of his birth. The other gods, meanwhile, were all too happy to accept this magnificent creature as a gift without inquiring too closely about the cost of creating him. Even when Odin claimed Sleipnir as his mount, it must have been a complicated moment for Loki. On one hand, his child was being honored, chosen to serve the All-Father himself. On the other hand, his son was being treated as property, a tool to be used rather than an individual to be acknowledged. Now, let your thoughts drift like mist across the rainbow bridge as you consider what Sleipnir's existence must have been like. Born from magic and necessity, raised without acknowledgement from his birth parent, serving as a mount for the king of gods while his true heritage remained unspoken. He was simultaneously honored and ignored, valued and unacknowledged. And so, we see in Sleipnir another variation on the theme that haunts all of Loki's children, the painful gap between their extraordinary nature and their lack of true acceptance. He was the finest horse in all the realms, but he was still a horse. He carried Odin on the most important journeys, but he was treated as a possession rather than a family member. Picture him in those quiet moments when Odin dismounted and went about his business. Did Sleipnir ever wonder about his origins? Did he sense something different about himself that went beyond his 8 legs and supernatural speed? Did he ever look at Loki and feel some inexplicable connection, some recognition that went deeper than the casual interactions between god and horse? Let your breathing slow. Feel the rhythm of hoofbeats on roads that span the cosmos, carrying messages between worlds and bearing witness to the great events of mythological history. In that rhythm, you can sense something of Sleipnir's existence, always moving, always serving, always peripheral to the great dramas despite being essential to their unfolding.
Of course, Sleipnir's story raises profound questions about identity, parentage, and the nature of family relationships in a world where gods can change their form at will. Is Loki truly Sleipnir's father, mother,
or something else entirely? How do you categorize a relationship that exists outside the normal boundaries of gender and biology? But perhaps those questions miss the deeper point of the story. Sleipnir exists because Loki was willing to sacrifice his own comfort, his own identity, his own bodily autonomy to save the gods from their predicament. The horse's very existence is a testament to Loki's loyalty and love, even if that loyalty was rarely appreciated or acknowledged. Still, there's something beautiful about the way Sleipnir embodies the themes of transformation and transcendence that run throughout Norse mythology. His 8 legs allow him to travel between worlds, to cross boundaries that limit other creatures. He is living proof that sometimes the most extraordinary gifts come from the most unexpected circumstances.
Even in his service to Odin, Sleipnir fulfills a role that goes beyond simple transportation. He carries the All-Father on journeys to the underworld, across the battlefield of Ragnarok, through realms where ordinary horses could never survive. He is the bridge between worlds, the means by which even gods can transcend their limitations. Now, as we prepare to move beyond Sleipnir's story and explore other aspects of Loki's family, take a moment to appreciate the complexity of love and sacrifice that his existence represents. In a mythology that often celebrates direct action and heroic confrontation, his story reminds us that sometimes the greatest acts of love require subtlety, transformation, and the willingness to become something we never imagined we could be.
Let your thoughts settle like snow on distant paths, and remember Sleipnir not just as Odin's magnificent mount, but as a living testament to the extraordinary lengths to which Loki would go to protect those he cared about, even when that protection came at enormous personal cost and was never properly acknowledged. Yet Sleipnir's unacknowledged parentage points to another dimension of Loki's family life, his marriage to Sigyn, a goddess of Asgard itself, and their children, who represented his attempt at creating normal family life within divine society. Their story reveals how even conventional family happiness becomes impossible when cosmic forces conspire against love itself.
Sigyn, goddess of victory, won the ultimate prize. Marriage to the most charismatic sociopath in the pantheon, whose idea of family bonding would eventually involve watching their children murder each other while gods used the entrails as rope. Here we find Sigyn, goddess of victory, whose marriage to Loki produced children whose fates would become intertwined with their father's punishment in ways that test our understanding of justice, loyalty, and the prices that families pay for one member's actions. Close your eyes and picture her, not as the wild giantess Angerboda, mother of monsters, but as a goddess of Asgard itself, one of the Aesir who chose to bind her fate to the most unpredictable god in their pantheon, Sigyn, whose very name suggests victory and triumph, who embodied the kind of steadfast loyalty that the gods claimed to value above all else. Now, Imagine what it must have been like to court and marry the trickster god. Unlike his previous relationships, which seemed to spring from passion, adventure, or desperate necessity, Loki's marriage to Sigyn appears to have been a matter of genuine affection and perhaps even love. She was not a temporary liaison or a means to an end, but a partner chosen for companionship in the long centuries of divine existence.
And so, we encounter a different side of Loki's family life, one where he attempted to play the role of husband and father in more conventional terms. With Sigyn, he had two sons, Narfi, sometimes called Nari, and Vali, who represented his attempt to create a normal family life within the bounds of divine society. Picture these children in their early years, not the monstrous offspring of prophecy that their half-siblings became, but ordinary divine children who played in the halls of Asgard, who learned the skills of gods, who had every reason to expect normal, immortal lives among their extended family of Aesir. They were Loki's children, yes, but they were also Sigyn's, and she was unquestionably one of them. Of course, being Loki's children meant carrying a certain reputation, even when your mother was a respected goddess. Other divine children might have whispered about their father's pranks and schemes, and the boys probably learned early to navigate the complex social dynamics that came with bearing Loki's name. But for years, perhaps centuries, they seemed to manage it well enough.
But family happiness was never destined to last long in Loki's story. The crisis that would shatter this peaceful domestic scene came with the death of Balder, the shining god beloved by all creation. When Loki's machinations led to Balder's death, the other gods' patience with his trickery finally ran out completely. Still, the punishment they devised for Loki was so cruel, so thoroughly vindictive, that it stands out even in a mythology known for its harsh justice. They would bind Loki in a cave, with poison dripping onto his face for eternity. But first, they would use his own children as the instruments of his binding. Even the details of what happened next are almost too horrible to contemplate. The gods transformed Vali, one of Loki's sons, into a wolf, stripping away his human nature and divine reason until nothing remained but animal instinct and hunger. Then they released this creature, this thing that had once been a child, onto his own brother.
Let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of this ancient cruelty settling over you like a stone. In the darkness behind your eyelids, try not to picture too clearly what happened when brother turned on brother, when divine transformation became the instrument of fraternal murder. Now, Narfi's death at his brother's claws was horrific enough, but the gods weren't finished with their punishment. They took the entrails of the murdered child, Loki's son, Sigyn's boy, and used them as ropes to bind Loki to the rocks, where he would suffer until Ragnarok. His own child's body became the instrument of his eternal torment. And so, we see the gods' justice taken to its most extreme conclusion, where not only the guilty suffer, but where innocent children become both victims and unwilling instruments of punishment. Vali was transformed into a mindless beast, losing everything that made him who he was.
Narfi was murdered by his own brother, and their bodies were desecrated to serve the god's desire for revenge.
Picture Sigyn in that moment, watching her children destroyed, seeing one son kill the other, witnessing the gods she had served faithfully use her family's bodies as tools of torment. Yet when they finished binding Loki with their child's entrails, when they hung the serpent above his face to drip poison for eternity, Sigyn didn't abandon her husband. She took her place beside him, catching the venom in a bowl to spare him what pain she could. Of course, this image of Sigyn holding the bowl has become one of the most powerful symbols in Norse mythology, the loyal wife, the faithful companion, the one who stays when everyone else leaves. But think about what that loyalty cost her. She lost both her children in the most horrible way imaginable, and then she condemned herself to eternal suffering beside her husband, catching poison drop by drop for the rest of time. But there's something more complex happening in Sigyn's choice than simple marital devotion. By staying with Loki, by easing his suffering, she was also making a statement about the god's justice. Her presence beside him served as a constant reminder that their punishment had crossed the line from justice into cruelty, that they had sacrificed innocent children to satisfy their need for revenge.
Still, the loneliness of her vigil is almost unbearable to contemplate. While Loki writhes in agony beneath the poison, Sigyn sits motionless, catching each drop, unable to comfort her husband without allowing the venom to fall on his face. When the bowl fills and she must turn away to empty it, his screams shake the earth itself, causing earthquakes that remind the world above of the suffering they've caused. Even her brief absences to empty the bowl become moments of cosmic significance. The earthquakes that result from Loki's convulsions serve as a kind of divine protest, a regular reminder that the god's justice is causing ongoing pain that reverberates through all the realms. Sigyn's necessary movement becomes a schedule of suffering that the entire world must endure. Now, let your thoughts drift like smoke through the dark cave where this eternal vigil continues, where a goddess sits beside her bound husband, catching poison drop by drop, surrounded by the silence of isolation and the weight of loss. In that darkness, love and loyalty have been refined down to their most essential elements. The willingness to sit with someone in their pain, even when you can't take it away. And so, we see in Sigyn perhaps the most purely tragic figure in all of Norse mythology. She loses everything: her children, her place in divine society, her freedom, her hope for the future. But she maintains her loyalty, even when that loyalty brings her nothing but suffering. She embodies the kind of love that exists not because it's rewarded, but because it simply is. Let your breathing deepen. Feel the weight of years passing, the accumulation of poison drops caught and bowls emptied, the endless repetition of small acts of mercy in the face of overwhelming cruelty. In that rhythm, you can sense something of what love looks like when it's stripped of everything except the determination to stay. Picture the caves where they wait, not the grand halls of Asgard or the wild places where Loki once wandered freely, but a place underground, hidden from the light, forgotten by most of the world.
Here a goddess tends to her suffering husband, while the world above goes about its business, largely forgetting that its earthquakes come from the convulsions of a bound god and the movements of his loyal wife. Of course, Sigin's story doesn't end with passive suffering. The prophecies speak of Ragnarok, when Loki will break free from his bonds and Sigyn will finally be able to leave her vigil. What role will she play in the final battle? Will she stand with her husband against the gods who destroyed her family? Will she find in the world's ending some measure of justice for the wrongs done to her children? But until that moment comes, she continues her quiet service, proving that loyalty isn't about grand gestures or heroic deeds, but about showing up day after day, even when no one is watching, even when no one cares, even when the only reward is knowing that you've eased someone else's pain by the smallest possible amount. Still, there's something profound about the way her story challenges conventional ideas about divine justice and family loyalty. The gods punished Loki's children for their father's crimes, but Sigyn's response suggests that true justice would never require the innocent to suffer for the guilty. Her presence beside Loki serves as a permanent indictment of their methods. Even in her silence, she speaks louder than any words could. By choosing to stay, to suffer alongside her husband, to maintain her loyalty despite everything she's lost, Sigyn demonstrates a kind of moral authority that none of the other gods can claim. She becomes the measure by which their actions must be judged. Now, as we prepare to explore other aspects of Loki's family and the broader implications of his relationships, take a moment to appreciate Sigyn's quiet strength. In a mythology full of warriors and heroes, she represents a different kind of courage, the courage to stay, to care, to love without hope of reward or recognition. Let your thoughts settle like dust in forgotten places, and remember Sigyn not just as the loyal wife, but as the goddess who chose love over justice, family over society, and presence over comfort, even when that choice condemned her to eternal suffering beside the husband whose crimes had cost her everything she held dear. But Sigyn's tragedy, devastating as it was, emerged from larger forces that had been shaping Loki's family since the moment his children drew their first breaths. For behind every act of divine cruelty lay the crushing weight of prophecy itself, those cosmic predictions that transformed innocent children into walking symbols of apocalypse, making their destruction feel not just inevitable, but necessary. The three sister Norns wove fate like a spider weaves a web, except every thread in their tapestry was soaked in blood, and every pattern they created guaranteed that someone's child would grow up to be a monster. Tonight we explore the crushing weight of prophecy in Norse mythology and how it transformed Loki's children from individuals into symbols, from people into problems to be solved. Close your eyes and picture the well of Erd, where the three Norns, past, present, and future, work their eternal loom, weaving the fates of gods and mortals alike.
Here, the threads of Loki's bloodline shine with a dark light, their patterns speaking of endings and transformations that make even the gods tremble. Now, imagine what it must have been like for Odin, the All-Father, to peer into the future and see the roles that Loki's children would play in the twilight of the gods, not as distant possibilities or potential threats, but as certainties written in the very fabric of reality. The wolf would swallow him whole, the serpent would poison the sky, the goddess of death would command armies of the dishonored dead. And so we begin to understand the terrible burden of prescience, the crushing weight of knowing not just what will happen, but being powerless to prevent it. Odin's wisdom came at a great price. His eye, his suffering on the world tree, his constant pursuit of knowledge. But perhaps the cruelest aspect of his wisdom was knowing that every action taken to prevent Ragnarok would actually help to cause it.
Picture the early days after Loki's children were born, when they were still young, still innocent, still capable of becoming something other than the monsters of prophecy. Did Odin look at baby Fenrir and see a wolf pup who might grow up to be humanity's guardian? Did he consider that Jormungandr might become the protector of the world's oceans rather than their poisoner? Of course, the tragedy of prophecy is that it creates its own reality. The gods, knowing what Loki's children would become, treated them as threats from their earliest moments. They spoke in whispers when the children were present, watched their every movement for signs of future darkness, and gradually transformed their own fear into the very hatred they were trying to prevent. But think about it from the children's perspective. Imagine growing up knowing that the most powerful beings in your world expect you to become a monster. Every sideways glance, every hushed conversation, every moment of carefully controlled fear around you serves as a constant reminder that you are not trusted, not loved, not seen as an individual, but only as a walking prediction. Still, there's something almost mathematically precise about the way the gods' attempts to prevent Ragnarok actually caused it. By binding Fenrir, they ensured his eternal hatred. By exiling Jormungandr, they created the isolation that would drive him to poison the sky. By giving Hel dominion over the dead, they provided her with an army for the final battle. Each preventative measure became a step toward the very future they were trying to avoid.
Even the prophetic tradition itself becomes suspect when you examine it closely. Who spoke these prophecies? Who decided that Loki's children must be enemies rather than allies? The Norns wove fate, but they didn't necessarily choose the patterns. They simply saw what would be and recorded it in their eternal tapestry. Let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of predetermined fate settling over you like a blanket you cannot throw off. In the darkness behind your eyelids, you can almost see the threads of causality binding past to future, choice to consequence, fear to fulfillment. Now, consider the cruel irony that runs through all of these stories. The gods, in their wisdom, created the very enemies they feared. Their paranoia about Loki's children became the catalyst that transformed those children from potential allies into certain enemies. The prophecies became self-fulfilling not because they were inevitable, but because the gods made them inevitable through their own actions. And so,
we see how divine intelligence can become divine foolishness when it's driven by fear rather than wisdom. Odin, who gave up his eye for knowledge, somehow failed to see that treating children as monsters was the surest way to make them monstrous. The gods, who prided themselves on their wisdom and foresight, created their own destruction through their inability to trust or love.
Picture the moment when each of Loki's children realized that they had been cast in roles not of their choosing. When Fenrir understood that his growth was seen as a threat rather than a marvel. When Jormungandr realized that his exile was permanent rather than temporary. When Hel discovered that her dominion over the dead was more prison than palace. Let your thoughts drift like autumn leaves caught in a whirlwind of destiny, and consider how different things might have been if the gods had chosen trust over fear, love over suspicion, hope over resignation to prophetic doom. Of course, this pattern of self-fulfilling prophecy isn't unique to Norse mythology. Throughout human history, we see examples of fears that create their own reality, of expectations that shape behavior, of prejudices that manufacture the very evidence they claim to identify. The gods' treatment of Loki's children serves as a metaphor for the ways societies often create the very problems they claim to be solving. But there's something particularly poignant about the way these ancient stories capture the psychology of fear and prejudice. The gods didn't hate Loki's children because they were evil. They feared them because they were different, because they represented change, because they embodied possibilities that couldn't be controlled or fully understood.
Still, the children themselves had agency in these stories, even within the constraints of prophecy. They could have chosen to fulfill their destinies differently, to find ways of being themselves that didn't involve the destruction of the world. But agency is shaped by environment, and their environment was one of constant suspicion and gradual isolation. Even Loki himself played a role in this tragic unfolding. His own relationship with the gods was complex and often antagonistic, and his children inherited not just his blood, but his reputation. They were guilty by association before they committed any crimes, condemned by lineage before they made any choices. Now, let your breathing deepen as you consider the broader implications of these stories for understanding family, society, and the ways that expectations can become destiny. In the quiet darkness, you can almost hear the whispers of the Norns as they weave their patterns, creating futures that seem inevitable, but might have been different if love had triumphed over fear.
And so, we see that being Loki's family member meant not just dealing with his unpredictable nature, but carrying the weight of cosmic prophecy that branded you as dangerous before you ever had a chance to prove otherwise. It meant living under the constant scrutiny of beings who claimed to be wise but couldn't see past their own fears to the possibilities that trust and acceptance might have created. Let your thoughts settle like morning mist on distant mountains, and remember that prophecy, however ancient and powerful, gains its strength not from inevitability, but from the choices made by those who hear it. In treating Loki's children as enemies, The gods guaranteed that enemies they would become. Yet prophecy was merely the framework within which deeper psychological forces operated. For beneath the cosmic predictions lay patterns of dysfunction so profound they would have destroyed any family. Patterns rooted in trauma, instability, and the impossible task of loving beings whose very nature defied comprehension. To understand the full scope of their tragedy, we must examine the psychology that made such cosmic dysfunction not just possible, but inevitable.
When your father is a shape-shifting trickster god who might be male, female, or a salmon on any given day, developing a stable sense of self becomes what therapists would call a fucking nightmare. Tonight, we explore the deeper patterns of dysfunction that ran through Loki's family like fault lines through bedrock, creating instabilities that would eventually bring down the entire cosmic order. Close your eyes and imagine what it must have been like to grow up in a family where your father might literally be a different species from one day to the next, where family reunions could trigger apocalyptic events, and where every relationship was complicated by the knowledge that some of your relatives were destined to destroy the world. Now, consider the psychological profile of Loki himself, a being caught between worlds, between identities, between loyalties that could never be fully reconciled. Part god, part giant, part ally, part enemy. He existed in a constant state of internal conflict that inevitably spilled over into his relationships with others, especially his children. And so, we begin to see the roots of the dysfunction that plagued his family tree. When your primary caregiver has an unstable sense of self, when they shift not just their form, but their fundamental nature on a regular basis, how do you develop a secure attachment? How do you learn to trust when the person you're attached to might literally become someone else without warning? Picture young Fenrir trying to bond with a father who might appear as a man one day, a woman the next, a fly the day after that. Imagine Hel seeking comfort from a parent whose own relationship with death and transformation was so complex that he couldn't provide the stability she needed to understand her own divided nature. Of course, Loki's shapeshifting wasn't just a party trick or a useful ability. It was a fundamental aspect of his being that reflected his inability to maintain stable relationships or consistent identity. Each transformation was both an escape from whatever role he currently inhabited and a flight towards some other possibility that might finally feel right. But children need consistency, even divine children, even children destined for cosmic significance. They need to know that their caregiver will be recognizably the same person from one interaction to the next, that love and loyalty have some constancy even in a universe where nothing else does. Loki, for all his cleverness and charm, was fundamentally unable to provide that stability. Still, it's important to recognize that Loki's instability wasn't malicious, it was pathological. He suffered from what we might now recognize as severe identity issues, possibly stemming from his own unclear position between gods and giants, his role as both insider and outsider in Asgard's social structure.
Even his relationships with his children reflected this confusion. Sometimes he was the protective father, going to extraordinary lengths to solve problems and provide for his family. Sometimes he was the absent parent, disappearing for long periods while pursuing his own interests. And sometimes he was the source of the very problems his children faced. Now, consider how this dysfunction rippled outward through Loki's family tree. His children, raised in an environment of inconsistency and instability, developed their own coping mechanisms that often proved destructive. Fenrir's loyalty became possessiveness. Jormungandr's independence became isolation. Hel's understanding of death became detachment from life. And so we see the classic pattern of generational trauma playing out on a cosmic scale. The unresolved issues of one generation become the defining characteristics of the next, creating cycles of dysfunction that can persist for centuries, or, in this case, until the end of the world itself.
Picture Sigyn trying to create stability in this chaos, a goddess of victory who found herself constantly fighting a losing battle against the fundamental instability that Loki brought to every relationship. Her loyalty wasn't just admirable, it was a desperate attempt to create some fixed point in a universe where everything seemed to be constantly shifting. Let your thoughts drift like smoke through the halls of dysfunctional divinity, and consider how the gods' own psychological issues contributed to the family's problems. Odin's paranoia about the future, Thor's need to solve every problem with violence, Frigg's overprotectiveness of her son Balder. All of these neuroses intersected with Loki's family dysfunction to create a perfect storm of cosmic catastrophe. Of course, the gods themselves came from a background of conflict and violence. They had overthrown the previous generation of cosmic rulers, fought constant wars with giants and other threats, and lived in a universe where peace was always temporary and violence was always just beneath the surface. Is it any wonder that their approach to family problems involved chains, exile, and ultimately the murder of children? But there's something particularly tragic about the way they handled Loki's family specifically. Instead of recognizing the signs of generational trauma and working to break the cycle, they responded to dysfunction with more dysfunction, to instability with violence, to the symptoms of damage with methods that would create even more damage.
Still, we must also consider the children's own responsibility in these patterns. While they were certainly victims of circumstances beyond their control, they also made choices about how to respond to those circumstances. Fenrir chose rage over reconciliation. Jormungandr chose isolation over integration. Hel chose detachment over engagement. Even these choices were understandable given their circumstances, but they were still choices. Each of Loki's children had moments where they could have broken the cycle, where they could have refused to fulfill the roles that prophecy and family dysfunction had created for them. Now, let your breathing deepen as you consider the ways that family patterns repeat themselves across generations, how the wounds of parents become the defining characteristics of their children, how love itself can become a source of trauma when it's expressed through broken people in broken systems. And so we see in Loki's family a mirror of our own struggles with identity, loyalty, stability, and the complex ways that love and dysfunction can intertwine. Their story speaks to anyone who has ever tried to love someone who is fundamentally unstable, anyone who has struggled to break generational patterns of trauma, anyone who has found themselves trapped in family dynamics that seem impossible to escape. Picture the moments of genuine connection that must have existed between these broken characters. Loki teaching young Sleipnir to run between worlds, Sigyn comforting her children after one of their father's disappearances, Fenrir and his siblings playing together before prophecy and paranoia drove them apart.
Let your thoughts settle like snow on a landscape of ancient pain, and remember that even in the most dysfunctional families, love persists, however wounded and complicated it might become. The tragedy of Loki's family wasn't that they didn't love each other, but that they didn't know how to love each other in ways that didn't cause more damage. Even in their destruction and dysfunction, they created something meaningful together, a story that has resonated across cultures and centuries, speaking to the universal human experience of family bonds that both sustain and destroy us. But the psychological dysfunction that plagued their relationships was compounded by another cruel reality, the cosmic significance that isolated each family member within their own form of existential loneliness. For when your very existence serves purposes larger than yourself, when your personal struggles matter less than your universal function, connection becomes not just difficult, but almost impossible.
Being essential to the functioning of the universe sounds impressive until you realize it means spending eternity as a cosmic support beam while everyone else gets to have friends, relationships, and lives that matter to someone other than the abstract concept of reality. Tonight we explore the profound isolation that came with being cosmically significant in Norse mythology. Close your eyes and picture the weight of knowing that your very existence serves a purpose larger than yourself, that your personal hopes and dreams matter less than your role in the great cosmic drama. This was the burden carried by each of Loki's children, not just to be themselves, but to be symbols, catalysts, essential players in a game whose rules they never chose to learn. Now, imagine what it means to be Jormungandr, wrapped around the entire world, feeling every earthquake and tsunami in your bones, responsible for holding the very continents in place, yet completely alone in the depths of the ocean. Your significance is literally cosmic. Without you, the world would fall apart, but your loneliness is equally vast. And so, we encounter one of the cruelest ironies of mythological existence. The more important you are to the universe, the less likely you are to have meaningful personal relationships. Cosmic significance and intimate connection seem to be mutually exclusive, as if the universe demands that its most essential players sacrifice their happiness for the greater good. Picture Fenrir in his early days in Asgard, not yet the size of a mountain, not yet the prophesied devourer of gods, just a young wolf who wanted to play and be loved like any other child. But even then, he could sense that he was different,
that others looked at him with a mixture of awe and fear that had nothing to do with who he was and everything to do with what he represented. Of course, the loneliness of cosmic significance isn't just about being physically isolated. It's about being psychologically isolated, about having experiences that no one else can understand or relate to. How do you explain to someone what it feels like to hold the world together with your own body? How do you describe the burden of knowing that your death will trigger the end of everything? But there's also a different kind of loneliness that comes from being misunderstood, from having your actions interpreted through the lens of destiny rather than intention. When Fenrir grew larger, the gods saw it as proof of his dangerous nature rather than natural development. When Hel ruled over the dead with fairness and compassion, it was seen as ominous preparation for war rather than conscientious governance. Still, each of Loki's children found ways to cope with their cosmic significance, though these coping mechanisms often increased their isolation rather than alleviating it. Jormungandr embraced solitude, becoming one with the vast ocean that was his prison and his kingdom. Hel found purpose in caring for the forgotten dead, creating meaning from her exile. Even Sleipnir, perhaps the most successful of Loki's children in terms of integration into divine society, carried his own burden of cosmic significance. As Odin's mount, he was essential to the All-Father's travels between worlds, witness to moments of cosmic importance, yet always present as a tool rather than a participant. Let you breathing slow. Feel the weight of significance settling over you like a mantle made of stars, beautiful and essential, but heavy beyond imagining. In the darkness behind your eyelids, you can sense something of what it must have felt like to know that your personal struggles were irrelevant compared to your cosmic function. Now, consider how this loneliness affected their relationships with each other. Did Fenrir and Jormungandr ever communicate across the barriers of their respective prisons? Did Hel ever send messages to her brothers, reminders that they weren't completely alone in their cosmic isolation? These connections, if they existed, are lost to the surviving stories, but they represent the kind of bonds that cosmic significance makes desperately necessary and practically impossible. And so, we see another layer of tragedy in their stories. Not just that they were isolated from the rest of the universe, but that their cosmic roles prevented them from supporting each other. Fenrir's binding made communication impossible. Jormungandr's ocean exile put him beyond the reach of his siblings. Hel's underworld kingdom created a barrier between her and the living members of her family. Picture the moments when each of them must have felt the weight of their significance most keenly. Fenrir realizing that his strength made him a threat to everyone he might have loved. Jormungandr understanding that his size made normal relationships impossible. Hel discovering that her nature as a bridge between life and death meant she would never fully belong to either realm. Let your thoughts drift like cosmic dust through the vast spaces between worlds, and consider how cosmic significance changes the nature of suffering.
when your pain serves a universal purpose, when your isolation is necessary for the functioning of reality itself, it becomes difficult to even grieve for what you've lost. Of course, there's also a kind of terrible freedom that comes with cosmic significance. When you know that your role is essential and predetermined, you're freed from the burden of making certain kinds of choices. Jormungandr doesn't have to wonder what his purpose is. He holds the world together. Hel doesn't have to search for meaning. She guides the dead. Their cosmic roles provide clarity, even if that clarity comes at the cost of personal happiness. But freedom from choice isn't the same as peace, and clarity of purpose doesn't necessarily bring contentment. Each of Loki's children understood their cosmic significance, but that understanding didn't make their loneliness any less profound or their isolation any less painful.
Still, there's something beautiful about the way they each found dignity in their cosmic roles. Despite their isolation, despite their loneliness, despite the personal costs of their significance, they continued to fulfill their functions. They held the world together, guided the dead, and waited for the end of all things with a patience that speaks to their fundamental nobility. Even in their eventual roles in Ragnarok, there's a sense that they're finally free to be themselves, rather than just their cosmic functions. When the world ends and their long vigil is finally over, when they can stop holding everything together and start being individuals again, there's something almost liberating about the destruction they bring. Now, let your breathing deepen as you consider the price of cosmic significance. The way that being essential to the universe often means sacrificing your personal happiness for the greater good. In the quiet darkness, you can almost feel the weight of cosmic responsibility, the loneliness of being the only one who can do what must be done.
And so, we understand another dimension of why it sucked to be Loki's family member. Not just because of the dysfunction and the prophecies and the divine paranoia, but because cosmic significance came with a loneliness so profound that it could only be truly understood by others who carried similar burdens.
Let your thoughts settle like starlight on distant planets, and remember that cosmic significance, however lonely, is still significance. In a universe vast beyond comprehension, Loki's children mattered. Their actions shaped reality itself. Their choices echoed through eternity. If they were lonely, at least they were lonely for a reason that transcended individual suffering. Yet their cosmic significance came with another inheritance from their father, one that made their isolation even more profound. For Loki had passed down to his children not just power or purpose, but the burden of transformation itself. The inability to maintain stable identity in a universe that desperately craved predictability and order.
Loki's greatest gift to his children wasn't love, protection, or guidance. It was the ability to never know who they truly were, to exist in constant flux between identities that never quite fit and forms that never quite felt like home. Close your eyes and consider what it means to inherit shape-shifting not as a magical ability, but as a fundamental aspect of your being, where your very identity becomes as fluid as morning mist, where the boundary between self and other becomes permeable, where you can never be certain that the form you wear today will be the form you wear tomorrow. Now, this wasn't simply about physical transformation, though that was certainly part of it. Loki's children inherited his essential fluidity, his inability to be contained within normal categories, his resistance to definition, his tendency to become whatever the situation required rather than maintaining a consistent sense of self.
And so we find ourselves examining perhaps the most psychologically complex aspect of being Loki's offspring, the way that transformation became both their greatest power and their deepest curse. They were beings capable of adapting to any circumstance, but they paid for that adaptability with the loss of stable identity. Picture young Sleipnir discovering that he could run not just across the ground, but between worlds, each journey changing him slightly, each realm he visited leaving its mark on his essential nature. The ability to travel everywhere came with the cost of never truly belonging anywhere, of being shaped by every place he visited until his original nature became impossible to define. Of course, Hel's transformation was more subtle, but no less profound. Her half-living, half-dead nature wasn't just a physical condition, but a fundamental state of being that made her simultaneously part of every world and fully belonging to none. She existed in perpetual transformation between life and death, never able to settle into either state completely.
But consider what this meant for their relationships with others. How do you love someone whose fundamental nature is change? How do you build trust with a being who might literally be different tomorrow than they are today? The very adaptability that made Loki's children so powerful also made them difficult to truly know. Still, there was something beautiful about the way they each found unique expressions of their inherited fluidity. Fenrir's transformation was internal, from trusted companion to bound enemy, from innocent wolf to cosmic threat. The change wasn't in his form, but in his role, his relationship to the world around him. Even Jormungandr's transformation was one of scale and scope. He began as a small serpent and grew to encircle the entire world, his transformation driven not by choice, but by an inner nature that demanded expansion, until he became one with the cosmic forces he was meant to embody.
Let your breathing slow. Feel the fluidity of change moving through you like a river that never stops flowing, never returns to the same place twice, always becoming something new while remaining essentially itself. Now, the psychological impact of inherited transformation can't be understated. When your fundamental nature is change, how do you develop a sense of self? How do you maintain relationships that require consistency and predictability? How do you plan for a future when you can't be certain who you'll be when that future arrives? And so we see another layer of tragedy in Loki's family dynamics. The children inherited not just their father's shape-shifting abilities, but his essential restlessness, his inability to settle into stable patterns of existence. They were beings in constant motion, even when that motion was enforced by external constraints.
Picture the family gatherings that might have been. Loki arriving in one form, departing in another. His children never quite certain which version of their father they were interacting with. Conversations interrupted by transformations. Relationships complicated by the knowledge that today's ally might be tomorrow's adversary, simply because the nature of all involved was to change. Let your thoughts drift like clouds that form and reform across an endless sky, and consider how transformation as an inherited trait affected each child differently. Some embraced it, some fought against it, some tried to find ways to make peace with their mutable nature.
Of course, the gods' fear of Loki's children was partly rooted in their transformative nature. Beings who could change were inherently unpredictable, inherently outside the systems of control that the gods used to maintain order. A wolf that could grow to any size, a serpent that could expand without limit, a goddess whose nature bridged incompatible states. These were entities that couldn't be contained within normal categories. But transformation also gave Loki's children their unique strengths. Their fluidity made them adaptable, resilient, capable of surviving circumstances that would destroy more rigid beings. They could become whatever they needed to become to fulfill their cosmic roles, even when those roles required them to be things that no other beings could be.
Still, there's something profoundly lonely about constant transformation. When your nature is to change, you're always leaving behind who you were to become who you're becoming. Every transformation is simultaneously a birth and a death, a gain and a loss, a step forward and a farewell. Even their transformations often seemed involuntary, driven by forces beyond their conscious control. Fenrir grew larger not by choice but by nature. Hell existed between life and death not by preference but by essence. Their inherited fluidity sometimes felt more like a prison than a gift. And so, we understand another aspect of why it sucked to be Loki's family member. The exhaustion of never being able to rest in a stable identity. The loneliness of constant change. The burden of being powerful in ways that made you fundamentally different from everyone around you. Picture each of them in their moments of transformation. The wolf growing larger with each passing day. The serpent expanding through the oceans. The goddess existing in the space between states of being. The horse running between worlds that each demanded a different version of himself. Let your thoughts settle, like water finding its level. And remember that transformation, however difficult, is also the source of all growth, all adaptation, all evolution. Loki's children inherited not just the burden of change, but the gift of becoming, the ability to be more than what they started as, even when that becoming came at enormous personal cost. And so, we understand another aspect of why it sucked to be Loki's family member.
The exhaustion of never being able to rest in a stable identity, the loneliness of constant change, the burden of being powerful in ways that made you fundamentally different from everyone around you.
Picture each of them in their moments of transformation. The wolf growing larger with each passing day. The serpent expanding through the oceans. The goddess existing in the space between states of being. The horse running between worlds that each demanded a different version of himself.
Let your thoughts settle like water finding its level. And remember that transformation, however difficult, is also the source of all growth, all adaptation, all evolution. Loki's children inherited not just the burden of change, but the gift of becoming, the ability to be more than what they started as, even when that becoming came at enormous personal cost. Even in their struggles with transformation, they embodied one of the fundamental truths of existence, that everything changes, that stability is an illusion, that the only constant is the process of becoming something other than what you were. They were living metaphors for the nature of reality itself.
But their transformative nature made them valuable in ways that went beyond personal identity. It made them essential players in the cosmic political games that defined divine society. And in those games, being Loki's family member meant being simultaneously pawn and prize, asset and liability, in calculations that turned love itself into a form of currency. In Asgard, every family dinner was a diplomatic summit. Every childhood friendship was a potential alliance, and every temper tantrum could trigger a war between cosmic forces, which made growing up as Loki's child roughly equivalent to being raised in a nuclear weapons facility by a kleptomaniac. Tonight we explore how being Loki's family member meant being caught in the crossfire of divine politics, where personal relationships became tools of statecraft, and family loyalty was always secondary to cosmic necessity. Close your eyes and picture the complex web of alliances and enmities that defined the Norse pantheon. Gods and giants locked in eternal conflict, yet dependent on each other for the very structure of reality. Into this delicate balance came Loki's family, whose very existence threatened to tip the scales in directions that no one could predict or control. Now, imagine what it must have been like to be a child in this environment, where every playmate was the offspring of a potential enemy, where every friendship had political implications, where your father's latest prank might determine whether your mother's people went to war with your extended family.
And so, we encounter one of the most exhausting aspects of being related to Loki, the way that personal relationships were always complicated by the larger political dynamics of the cosmos. You couldn't simply be someone's friend or enemy. You had to consider how that relationship affected the balance of power between gods and giants, between order and chaos, between the forces of creation and destruction. Picture young Fenrir trying to play with the other children of Asgard. Every interaction watched and analyzed by divine parents who were trying to determine whether this friendship might someday be used as leverage in cosmic negotiations. Every gesture of affection was scrutinized for political implications. Every childhood quarrel was examined for signs of future conflict. Of course, Loki himself was a master of this kind of political maneuvering, using his shape-shifting abilities and quick wit to navigate the treacherous waters of divine diplomacy. But his skill at playing political games often came at the expense of his family's emotional well-being, as they found themselves used as pawns in schemes they barely understood.
But the politics of divine society weren't just about power. They were about identity, about the fundamental categories that defined how the universe was organized. Gods versus giants, order versus chaos, civilization versus wilderness. These weren't just political divisions, but ontological ones, defining the very nature of reality. Still, Loki's children existed in the spaces between these categories, making them useful as political tools, but dangerous as independent actors. They were part god, part giant, part ally, part threat, perfect for diplomatic marriages or hostage exchanges, but impossible to trust completely. Even their cosmic significance made them valuable political assets, but it also made them targets. Everyone wanted to control beings whose actions could determine the fate of the world, but no one wanted to take responsibility for the consequences of that control.
Let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of political calculation settling over you like a chessboard, where you're not just a player, but a piece, moved by forces larger than yourself, toward purposes you can't fully comprehend. Now, consider how this political environment affected their ability to form genuine relationships. When every interaction is potentially a political act, when every expression of affection might be interpreted as an alliance or betrayal, how do you learn to trust? How do you develop authentic emotional bonds? And so, we see another layer of isolation in their stories. Not just physical separation, but emotional distance, created by the knowledge that their personal feelings were always subordinate to political necessity. They could love, but that love would always be filtered through considerations of cosmic balance and divine advantage.
Picture Hel in her underworld kingdom, receiving diplomatic envoys who came not to honor her wisdom or seek her counsel, but to negotiate for the return of politically significant dead. Every soul in her realm had potential political value. Every decision she made about death and resurrection carried implications for the balance of power in the world above. Let your thoughts drift like smoke through the corridors of power, where family bonds become diplomatic tools, and consider how exhausting it must have been to never be able to simply exist without considering the political ramifications of your existence. Of course, there were moments when family loyalty trumped political calculation, when love overcame strategic advantage. Sigjin's vigil beside the bound Loki was one such moment, a choice to prioritize personal loyalty over political acceptance, to risk her standing among the gods for the sake of her husband. But these moments of authentic emotion were rare and costly, requiring enormous personal sacrifice, and often resulting in permanent exile from the very political systems that defined divine society. To choose family over politics was to choose love over power, but it was also to choose isolation over integration.
Still,
There's something admirable about the way Loki's family members navigated these impossible political waters. They found ways to maintain their essential selves even when pressed into service as political pawns, ways to preserve their dignity even when their choices were constrained by forces beyond their control. Even their eventual rebellion against the cosmic order can be seen as a rejection of the political system that had used them so callously. When they finally turn against the gods at Ragnarok, it's not just personal revenge, but a systematic dismantling of the political structures that had made authentic relationship impossible. Now, let your breathing deepen as you consider the ways that political systems can corrupt even the most intimate relationships. How the need for control and advantage can poison the very bonds that give life meaning. In the quiet darkness, you can almost hear the whispered negotiations that turned family moments into diplomatic opportunities.
And so we understand another dimension of the tragedy that befell Loki's family. They were valuable precisely because they were family, useful exactly because they were loved. Their bonds with Loki made them perfect leverage points. Their cosmic significance made them essential political assets, and their complex natures made them impossible to fully control or predict. Picture the exhaustion of never being able to simply be yourself, of knowing that every emotion you expressed might be used against you or your family, that every relationship you formed might be co-opted for political purposes, that even your most private moments might have cosmic implications.
Let your thoughts settle like dust in the archives of forgotten treaties, and remember that political systems, however necessary for organizing complex societies, exact a terrible cost when they intrude too deeply into the realm of personal relationships and family bonds. The political machinations that entangled Loki's family were matched by an even crueler irony, that their immense cosmic power came with equally immense cosmic constraints. For in the universe's design, it seemed that the ability to affect reality on the largest scales was balanced by the inability to control the smallest details of one's own existence.
Picture having enough strength to crack mountains and devour gods, yet being bound by a ribbon made from things that don't exist. Then multiply that cosmic irony by every member of a family whose power made them prisoners and whose significance made them slaves. Close your eyes and picture Fenrir in the moment of his binding, possessing strength enough to break mountains, jaws that could devour gods, yet rendered completely powerless by a silk-thin chain made from impossible things. In that image, you can see the essential paradox that haunted all of Loki's children. Now, consider what it means to be simultaneously the most powerful and the most powerless beings in your universe. Jormungandr could shake the very foundations of the world with his movements, yet he was trapped in a role as cosmic anchor, unable to move freely without destroying everything he might want to protect.
And so we encounter one of the cruelest ironies of mythological existence. The way that great power often comes with equally great constraints. That the ability to affect the universe on a cosmic scale is balanced by the inability to control your own personal circumstances. Picture Hel in her underworld kingdom,
possessing dominion over the vast majority of souls that passed from life, able to grant or deny resurrection to gods and mortals alike, yet unable to change her own nature or escape the realm that had become both her kingdom and her prison. Of course, this paradox wasn't accidental, but seemed to be built into the very structure of reality. The universe required certain functions to be performed. The world needed to be held together. The dead needed to be guided. The cosmic order needed to be maintained and eventually destroyed. But these essential functions demanded beings who were powerful enough to perform them, yet constrained enough not to abuse them. But there's something particularly cruel about the way this paradox played out in their personal lives. They could alter the fate of worlds, but couldn't choose their own paths. They could influence the lives of countless others, but couldn't form the relationships they desired. They were essential to the cosmic order, but excluded from the social order. Still, each of them found ways to exercise agency within their constraints, to express their power even when its ultimate direction was predetermined. Fenrir's rage became a force of nature. Jormungandar's patience became a form of cosmic meditation. Hel's compassion became a source of comfort for the forgotten dead. Even their very powerlessness became a kind of power in itself. By accepting their constraints with dignity, by fulfilling their cosmic roles without losing their essential selves, they demonstrated a strength that went beyond physical force or magical ability. Let your breathing slow. Feel the tension between power and constraint, between capability and limitation, between what you can do and what you're allowed to do. In that tension, you can sense something of the frustration and nobility that defined their existence. Now, consider how this paradox affected their relationships with each other and with other beings. When you possess cosmic power but lack personal agency, how do you relate to those around you? How do you express love when your actions might have universal consequences? And so, we see another layer of isolation in their stories, the loneliness of beings who were too powerful to be treated as individuals, but too constrained to act as the cosmic forces they truly were. They existed in a liminal space between person and principle, between individual and institution. Picture the moments when their power and powerlessness collided most dramatically. Fenrir realizing that his growing strength was actually making him less free rather than more. Jormungandr understanding that his expansion through the oceans was increasing his responsibility for maintaining world stability, even as it isolated him further from all companionship. Let your thoughts drift like wind through spaces where great forces are held in careful balance, and consider how exhausting it must have been to carry cosmic responsibility without cosmic authority, to have the power to destroy everything while being forbidden to change anything. Of course, there's also something liberating about accepting powerlessness, even when you possess great power. When your role is predetermined and your constraints are absolute, you're freed from the burden of choice in certain fundamental ways. You can focus on how you fulfill your role rather than whether you'll fulfill it. But freedom from choice isn't the same as peace, and clarity of purpose doesn't necessarily bring contentment. The ability to destroy the world is cold comfort when you're not allowed to live in it on your own terms. Still, there's dignity in their acceptance of this paradox, in their willingness to bear cosmic responsibility despite personal cost. They became living examples of duty fulfilled despite desire frustrated, of power exercised responsibly even when that responsibility demanded personal sacrifice. Even in their eventual rebellion at Ragnarok, there's something almost relieved about their acceptance of destructive roles. Finally, they would be allowed to use their power for its intended purpose, to fulfill their cosmic function completely, rather than maintaining the half measures that had defined their existence. Now, let your breathing deepen as you consider the ways that power and powerlessness can coexist, how capability and constraint can be two sides of the same cosmic coin. In the quiet darkness, you can almost feel the weight of responsibility balanced against the frustration of limitation. And so, we understand another aspect of why it sucked to be Loki's family member. Not just the isolation, or the political complications, or the transformative burdens, but the constant tension between what you could do and what you were allowed to do, between your cosmic significance and your personal insignificance. Picture each of them carrying this burden, the wolf whose strength was his prison, the serpent whose embrace of the world was his exile, the goddess whose power over death was her separation from life, the horse whose ability to travel everywhere meant he belonged nowhere. Let your thoughts settle like dust on scales that will never quite balance, and remember that true strength often lies not in the exercise of power, but in the acceptance of powerlessness, not in getting what you want, but in fulfilling what's needed, even when those two things are incompatible. This paradox of cosmic power and personal powerlessness was made even more cruel by the sophisticated architecture of exile that the gods constructed around each family member. For their punishments weren't random banishments, but carefully engineered isolation, designed to maximize both cosmic function and personal suffering with the precision of divine architects.
The gods didn't just banish Loki's children. They designed their punishments like a master architect designs a prison, ensuring that each exile would be perfectly calibrated to maximize both cosmic function and personal suffering. Close your eyes and picture the 9 realms of Norse cosmology, connected by the world tree Yggdrasil, yet fundamentally separate, each realm serving different functions, housing different types of beings, operating according to different rules. Into this carefully structured universe, Loki's children were scattered like seeds cast to the wind, each one sent to a place where they could fulfill their cosmic function while remaining isolated from meaningful contact with others. Now, consider the deliberate nature of these exiles. Odin didn't simply banish Loki's children to random locations. He placed each one in a realm perfectly suited to contain their power, while preventing them from finding comfort or companionship. It was exile as cosmic engineering, separation as divine architecture.
And so, we encounter one of the most psychologically sophisticated punishments in mythological literature. Exile, that wasn't just about physical distance, but about existential isolation, about being placed in positions where your cosmic significance actually increased your personal loneliness. Picture Jormungandr cast into the ocean surrounding Midgard, not just any body of water, but the specific ocean that encircled the human world, where his growth would make him essential to maintaining the boundaries between realms while ensuring that his size would make normal relationships impossible. He became the guardian of the world's edge and the prisoner of his own necessity. Of course, this wasn't accidental placement, but carefully calculated torture. Odin understood that exile could be far more cruel than death, especially when the exile served a cosmic purpose that made it permanent and inescapable. Jormungandr couldn't simply leave his post. Without him, the world would fall apart. But consider the psychological architecture of Hel's exile to the underworld. She was given dominion over a realm, yes, but it was a realm populated entirely by the dead, the forgotten, the dishonored. She became queen of those whom the living world had discarded, surrounded always by endings and never by beginnings. Still, there's something particularly cruel about the way her exile was framed as an honor. You shall rule, Odin told her, making her banishment sound like a promotion. But ruling over the dead while being neither fully alive nor fully dead yourself is perhaps the loneliest crown anyone could wear. Even Fenrir's binding represents a different kind of architectural thinking about exile. Rather than sending him to a distant realm, the gods chose to exile him from movement itself. They bound him in place, making his prison not a location, but a state of being, forever trapped between action and stillness, between power and helplessness. Let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of invisible walls, the boundaries that define not just where you can go, but who you can be. In that constraint, you can sense something of what Loki's children experienced. Not just physical separation, but existential imprisonment.
Now, think about how this architecture of exile affected their ability to maintain family connections. Jormungandr in the depths of the ocean, Hel in the underworld, Fenrir bound to a rock in the wilderness. They were placed as far apart from each other as possible, ensuring that even if they wanted to support each other, they couldn't. And so, we see another layer of the gods' strategy. It wasn't enough to separate Loki's children from the rest of divine society. They had to be separated from each other as well. The bonds between siblings might have provided comfort, strength, even the possibility of coordinated resistance. By isolating each child completely, the gods ensured that their loneliness would be absolute. Picture the moments when they might have reached out to each other across the vast distances. Fenrir's howls echoing across the 9 realms, Jormungandr's movements causing earthquakes that Hel could feel in her underground kingdom. These were perhaps the only communications possible between them, and even these were filtered through layers of cosmic interference.
Let your thoughts drift like messages that never reach their destination, and consider how the architecture of their exile was designed to break not just their bodies, but their spirits, not just their power, but their hope of ever finding connection or comfort. Of course, there's something beautiful about the way they adapted to their architectural prisons. Jormungandr learned to find meaning in his cosmic embrace of the world. Hel discovered purpose in caring for the forgotten dead. Fenrir developed a patience that would outlast the gods themselves. But adaptation to cruelty doesn't make the cruelty any less wrong. Each of them found ways to survive their exile, but survival isn't the same as living, and function isn't the same as flourishing. They became what their prisons allowed them to become, but we can only imagine what they might have been if they'd been allowed to grow freely.
Still, there's something to be said for the dignity they maintained within their constraints. They refused to be broken by their exile, refused to let their imprisonment define their entire existence. They found ways to be themselves even within the architectural limitations the gods had imposed. Even their eventual escape during Ragnarok can be seen as a rejection of the entire system of exile the gods had created. When the world ends and all boundaries dissolve, when the careful architecture of separation finally collapses, Loki's children emerge not as the monsters the gods had tried to make them, but as beings who had survived systematic dehumanization while maintaining their essential selves. Now, let your breathing deepen as you consider the ways that physical spaces can become psychological prisons, how the places we're forced to inhabit can shape not just our circumstances, but our sense of self. In the quiet darkness, you can almost feel the weight of walls that exist not just in space, but in the structure of reality itself.
And so, we understand another dimension of why it sucked to be Loki's family member. Not just the emotional dysfunction or the political complications, but the way that the very geography of existence was weaponized against them, turning the cosmos itself into an instrument of their isolation. Picture each of them in their carefully designed prisons, learning to find meaning within constraints that were deliberately cruel, developing strength in spite of systematic weakening, maintaining their humanity in circumstances designed to strip it away. Let your thoughts settle like dust in forgotten corners, and remember that architecture can be an instrument of oppression, but it can also become the foundation for unexpected forms of resilience and adaptation.
Yet, for all the sophisticated architecture of their exile, there existed spaces the gods could never reach. The quiet moments of connection that survived despite systematic attempts to destroy them. In these hidden chambers of the heart, love persisted in forms so subtle they became invisible to those who would weaponize them.
Nobody talks about the moments between the myths, the quiet times when Loki sat with his children and simply loved them, before prophecy and fear and divine politics turned affection into a weapon and family bonds into cosmic threats. Close your eyes and imagine the scenes that didn't make it into the Eddas. Loki teaching young Sleipnir to run between worlds, his 8 legs tangling cosmic winds as his birth parent laughed at his enthusiasm. Picture Hel as a child, asking innocent questions about why half her face felt cold, while Loki struggled to explain a nature that even he didn't fully understand. Now, these moments of ordinary family life probably existed, buried between the dramatic confrontations and cosmic catastrophes that make for better storytelling. but their absence from the surviving tales speaks to something profound about how history remembers families marked by tragedy. We get the spectacular failures, but lose the quiet victories of simple love. And so, we encounter perhaps the saddest aspect of Loki's family story, the way that genuine affection became invisible, overshadowed by the mythology of dysfunction and destiny. Love existed in their family, but it existed in whispers, in stolen moments, in gestures so small they couldn't compete with the grand narrative of cosmic destruction.
Picture Sigyn during those early years of marriage. Not the eternal sufferer catching poison in a bowl, but a young goddess discovering that her husband's chaos could be channeled toward creativity, tenderness, the kind of shape-shifting that meant becoming whatever his family needed him to be in any given moment. Of course, Loki's love was complicated by his nature, but complicated love is still love. His inability to maintain consistent form or identity made him an unreliable partner and father, but it also meant that he could understand his children's own struggles with transformation and change in ways that more stable beings never could. But the silence around these moments of connection isn't accidental. Norse mythology, like most mythological traditions, focuses on conflict and resolution, on dramatic arcs and cosmic significance. The quiet love between family members doesn't drive plot forward or teach grand lessons about the nature of existence. Still, the evidence of love appears in unexpected places throughout their stories. Why else would Sigyn have stayed with Loki through his binding and eternal torment? Why would Sleipnir have continued to serve faithfully as Odin's mount despite never receiving acknowledgement of his true parentage? Why would Loki have sacrificed his own body and identity to save the gods who feared his children?
Even in their rebellion at Ragnarok, there's love. Not the kind of love that creates and nurtures, but the kind that says, if you destroy my family, I'll destroy your world. It's a dark love, a bitter love, but it's love nonetheless. The decision that nothing matters if the people you care about are systematically tortured and destroyed. Let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of unspoken affection, the love that exists in the spaces between words, in gestures too small for mythology, but too important for the people who shared them. Now, consider how the silence around their love affected each family member differently. For some, it might have felt like denial. Love that existed but couldn't be acknowledged was almost worse than no love at all. For others, the secret nature of their affection might have made it more precious, more real than the public performances of divine family life. And so we see another layer of tragedy in their story. Not just that they were separated and exiled and bound, but that the love between them was forced underground, made shameful by association with chaos and destruction. They couldn't celebrate their bonds because those bonds were seen as threats to cosmic order. Picture the private moments that must have sustained them through their various exiles. Hel remembering the feeling of her father's hand on her living cheek. Fenrir carrying the memory of Tyr's genuine friendship even after the betrayal. Jormungandr holding on to some fragment of connection that made his solitary vigil bearable. Let your thoughts drift like secrets shared in darkness, and consider how love persists even when it's not allowed to speak its name, even when acknowledging it becomes dangerous, even when the very act of caring becomes a weapon that others can use against you. Of course, the silence around their love also protected it in some ways. The gods could bind their bodies, control their movements, separate them across the cosmos, but they couldn't entirely eliminate the emotional bonds that had formed in those quiet moments before everything went wrong. But protection through silence is still a form of loss. How much comfort might they have found in being able to speak their love openly? How much strength might they have drawn from being able to acknowledge their bonds without fear of those bonds being used to hurt them further?
Still, there's something powerful about love that survives despite systematic attempts to destroy it. Each of Loki's children carried forward some element of connection, some memory of being cared for, some knowledge that they had once been seen as valuable for who they were, rather than what they could destroy. Even their father's own complicated nature might have been easier to understand if we could see the moments when his love was clear and uncomplicated. Loki, the devoted parent, Loki, the patient teacher, Loki, the shapeshifter who became whatever his children needed him to be. These versions of him existed too, in the spaces between the stories. Now, let your breathing deepen as you consider the ways that love can exist in silence, how affection can persist even when it's not safe to acknowledge, how family bonds can survive systematic attempts to destroy them. In the quiet darkness, you can almost hear the whispered endearments, the unspoken promises, the love that existed despite everything. And so, we understand another aspect of why it sucked to be Loki's family member. Not just the external pressures and punishments, but the way that even your love for each other became something that had to be hidden, something that could be used against you, something that was more dangerous to acknowledge than to deny.
Picture each of them carrying these secret loves like small flames in the darkness, warming themselves on memories of connection when the present offered only isolation, drawing strength from bonds that others couldn't see or understand. Let your thoughts settle like whispered words that find their target across impossible distances, and remember that love doesn't always speak loudly or publicly, but it persists in the quiet moments, in the spaces between official narratives, in the hearts of those who choose to care despite every reason not to. But the silencing of their love was part of a larger economic system, one that treated family dysfunction as a resource management problem, where containing cosmic threats required investments on scales that ultimately bankrupted the very order they were meant to preserve. When your family's problems require cosmic intervention to solve, when a simple argument can trigger earthquakes, and when family therapy would need to include representatives from multiple realms of reality, you start to understand that some dysfunctions operate on scales that make normal solutions impossible. Close your eyes and consider the sheer cost of containing Loki's family, not in gold or silver, but in divine attention, cosmic energy, and the constant vigilance required to keep beings of their power from destroying everything. The gods didn't just exile them. They created an entire infrastructure of control and monitoring that consumed enormous resources. Now, think about what it took to bind Fenrir. First, the gods had to commission the dwarfs to create Gleipnir, a chain made from impossible things. This wasn't just a matter of materials and craftsmanship. It required the cooperation of an entire species, diplomatic negotiations, and the expenditure of divine favors that the gods would later need for other purposes. And so, we begin to see that Loki's family dysfunction operated on an economic scale that affected the entire cosmic order. Every resource spent containing them was a resource that couldn't be used for something else: defense against giants, maintenance of cosmic infrastructure, or simply the normal business of running a universe.
Picture the ongoing costs of Jormungandr's exile. The world serpent needed to be constantly monitored to ensure he didn't break free from his oceanic prison. This meant divine attention, surveillance systems, and the kind of cosmic early warning networks that require enormous energy to maintain. The gods essentially had to dedicate a portion of their intelligence apparatus to watching a serpent sleep. Of course, Hel's situation was slightly different. Rather than pure containment, her exile was structured as governance. She ruled the underworld, which meant the gods didn't have to. In economic terms, her exile was actually profitable for the cosmic order, as it outsourced the enormous task of managing the dead to someone who was uniquely qualified for the job. But even profitable arrangements have hidden costs. By giving Hel dominion over the majority of souls that passed from life, the gods created a potential enemy with access to an enormous army. They saved resources in the short term while creating a long-term security threat that would eventually require massive expenditures to address. Still, the most expensive aspect of containing Loki's family wasn't the immediate costs, but the opportunity costs. All the things the gods couldn't do because they were focused on managing the threat posed by a handful of beings they'd raised to see them as enemies.
Let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of compound interest on cosmic dysfunction. The way that each failed solution created new problems that required even more expensive solutions, creating a cycle of escalating costs that eventually became unsustainable. Now, the gods probably told themselves that these costs were necessary, that the alternative, allowing Loki's children to remain free, would have been even more expensive. But this calculation was based on prophecies that were largely self-fulfilling, fears that were largely self-created, and assumptions that were largely untested. And so, we see another tragic irony in their story. The gods spent enormous resources trying to prevent Ragnarok, but those very expenditures weakened them to the point where Ragnarok became inevitable. They bankrupted themselves trying to prevent their own bankruptcy. Picture the divine budget meetings that must have taken place.
Well, we need to allocate more resources to serpent monitoring this quarter. Also, the wolf containment system needs an upgrade, and we're getting reports that the goddess of death is expanding her infrastructure. Should we raise taxes on giant kind again? Let your thoughts drift like items on a cosmic balance sheet, and consider how the economics of dysfunction work in any family or organization. The cost of managing problems often exceeds the cost of solving them. But by the time you realize this, you're too invested in the current system to change course. Of course, there were alternative economic models available. The gods could have invested in integration rather than containment, in trust building rather than surveillance, in addressing the root causes of dysfunction rather than just managing its symptoms. But these approaches would have required admitting that their initial responses had been wrong. But the sunk cost fallacy is powerful, even among immortal beings. The gods had already invested so much in containing Loki's children that changing course would have meant admitting that all those resources had been wasted. So they doubled down, investing even more in solutions that weren't working. Still, there's something darkly admirable about the sheer scale of resources the gods were willing to commit to their dysfunction. They didn't just have family problems. They had family problems that required cosmic engineering to manage. Their failure was at least spectacular in its ambition. Even from Loki's children's perspective, there was perhaps some satisfaction in knowing that their very existence required such enormous expenditures to contain. They might have been prisoners, but they were expensive prisoners. Their value was measured in the resources required to keep them bound. Now, let your breathing deepen as you consider the hidden costs of family dysfunction, the way that unresolved problems compound over time, creating expenses that eventually become unsustainable. In the quiet darkness, you can almost hear the cosmic accountants tallying up the bills. And so, we understand another aspect of why it sucked to be Loki's family member. Not just that you were contained and controlled, but that your very existence was seen as an economic burden, a drain on cosmic resources that made everyone else's life more expensive and difficult. Picture each of them as line items in some divine budget. Fenrir containment, 500 units of impossible materials plus ongoing monitoring. Jormungandr surveillance, 15% of oceanic intelligence capacity. Hell management, outsourced but represents long-term security risk. Let your thoughts settle like final tallies on an eternal balance sheet, and remember that sometimes the cost of trying to control something exceeds the cost of learning to live with it. But bureaucratic momentum can make this truth invisible until the bills come due all at once. Yet the economic costs of containing Loki's family were dwarfed by the inheritance they passed forward. Not wealth or power, but patterns of cosmic trauma so profound they required the end of the world to resolve. For each generation had passed down to the next not just their gifts, but their unhealed wounds, creating cycles of pain that demanded intervention on universal scales.
What do you pass down to your children when your own childhood was spent being torn between species, between loyalties, between identities that never quite fit? Loki gave his offspring the only inheritance he had, the gift and curse of being fundamentally incompatible with the world that created them.
Violet is a prey people. Violet is light. Violet is smile. Violet GDT. Rare is now.
Picture young Fenrir learning about strength from a father who had learned that power without acceptance leads to isolation. Every lesson Loki taught about using abilities wisely was filtered through his own experience of being punished for being too clever, too useful, too different from what others expected. Of course,
Trauma doesn't just pass down through explicit teaching, but through the subtle ways that damaged people navigate the world. Loki's children learned to expect betrayal because their father had been betrayed. They learned to guard their true natures because their father had been punished for revealing his. But there's also resilience in trauma's inheritance. Loki's experience of transformation taught his children that identity could be fluid, that they didn't have to be trapped in the roles others assigned to them. His survival skills became their survival skills, even when those skills weren't quite adequate for the challenges they faced. Still, the cosmic scale of their trauma made it qualitatively different from ordinary family dysfunction. When your father's identity crises can literally reshape reality, when your emotional problems can trigger earthquakes, when your family arguments have the potential to end the world, the stakes of working through inherited issues become impossibly high.
Even consider how Loki's own relationship with his parents affected his parenting. We know almost nothing about Farbauti and Laufey, but their absence from the stories suggests that Loki's own childhood was marked by abandonment or at least emotional distance. How do you learn to be a stable parent when you never experienced stable parenting yourself? Let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of inherited pain, the way that one generation's unresolved trauma becomes the next generation's starting point, creating challenges that compound across time until they require intervention on cosmic scales. Now, think about how each of Loki's children processed their inherited trauma differently. Fenrir channeled it into physical strength and loyal devotion, trying to earn through service the acceptance his father had never found. Jormungandr expanded it across cosmic scales, becoming large enough to hold the world together, as if size could finally make him too important to abandon. And so, we see the various strategies that children of trauma develop. Some try to be perfect, some try to be invisible, some try to be indispensable. All of Loki's children, in their different ways, were trying to solve the puzzle of how to be lovable when you've inherited the conviction that you're fundamentally unacceptable.
Picture hell learning about death and rejection from a father who died a little every time he was forced to become someone else to survive. Her half-dead nature wasn't just a mystical condition, but a physical manifestation of inherited emotional truth. The knowledge that part of you always has to die to make the other parts acceptable to the world. Let your thought drift like genetic memories passed down through blood and bone, and consider how cosmic trauma operates on scales that make individual healing almost impossible. When your father's pain has shaped the very structure of reality, how do you begin to address your own healing? Of course, there were moments when the cycle of trauma might have been broken. If the gods had chosen trust over fear, if they had seen Loki's children as individuals rather than extensions of their father's dysfunction, if they had offered healing instead of containment, the inheritance of pain might have ended with that generation. But breaking cycles of trauma requires resources, wisdom, and commitment that the gods either didn't possess or weren't willing to invest. It's easier to contain symptoms than to address root causes, easier to manage dysfunction than to heal it, easier to repeat familiar patterns than to risk the unknown territory of genuine change.
Still, each of Loki's children found ways to transform their inherited trauma into something meaningful. Fenrir's betrayal taught him about the difference between loyalty and submission. Jormungandr's isolation led him to develop a cosmic perspective that transcended individual pain. Hel's experience of rejection made her uniquely qualified to care for others who had been discarded. Even their eventual rebellion at Ragnarok can be seen as a form of trauma recovery, the moment when they stopped trying to earn acceptance from systems that were fundamentally incapable of providing it, and instead chose to create space for themselves by destroying what couldn't contain them. Now, let your breathing deepen as you consider the ways that trauma moves through families and societies, creating patterns that persist until someone finds the courage and resources to change them. In the quiet darkness, you can almost feel the weight of inherited pain seeking resolution across generations. And so, we understand another dimension of why it sucked to be Loki's family member. Not just the immediate dysfunction and external pressures, but the way that cosmic trauma operated on scales that made individual healing almost impossible, creating cycles of pain that required the end of the world to break.
Picture each of them carrying forward not just their own experiences, but the accumulated weight of their father's unresolved pain, their ancestors' unexpressed grief, their entire lineage's struggle with the question of how to belong in a world that fears what it cannot control. Let your thoughts settle like sediment in the deepest places where pain goes to transform into wisdom. And remember that trauma's inheritance can also include resilience, creativity, and the kind of strength that comes from surviving what should have been unsurvivable. This inheritance of trauma created its own mythology, the cruel dream of normalcy that haunted every member of Loki's family, the tantalizing possibility that love might be stronger than destiny, that ordinary happiness might triumph over cosmic significance. Yet this dream of normal life became perhaps their most heartbreaking delusion.
The cruelest joke in Loki's family wasn't the prophecies of doom or the cosmic dysfunction. It was the brief, tantalizing moments when normal family life seemed possible, when love appeared stronger than destiny, when it looked like they might actually escape the mythology that had been written about them. Close your eyes and imagine the scenes that almost happened. Fenrir growing up as Asgard's guardian rather than its destroyer, his strength channeled toward protection instead of vengeance. Picture Jormungandr as the god of oceans, worshipped by sailors and fishermen, his vast size a symbol of protection rather than containment. Now, these alternate possibilities weren't fantasies. They were real potential futures that existed in the space before fear and prophecy crystallized them into inevitability.
In the early days before the gods' paranoia took hold, Loki's children could have become anything. And so, we encounter perhaps the most heartbreaking aspect of their story. Not just what happened to them, but what could have happened. The normal life that was always just one different choice away from becoming reality. Picture Hel as the goddess of transitions rather than ruler of the dead. Her dual nature making her the perfect guide for souls moving between life stages, helping people navigate the little deaths and rebirths that mark every human journey. Her understanding of both life and death could have made her a healer rather than an undertaker. Of course, the mythology of normal is always fragile in families marked by dysfunction. Every peaceful moment carries the weight of potential disaster. Every expression of love comes with the unspoken knowledge that it might be the last one. Every ordinary day exists under the shadow of extraordinary possibilities. But there were genuine moments of normalcy in their family life. Loki teaching his children, Sigyn managing household concerns, the kids playing together before they understood that their games might have cosmic consequences. These moments weren't illusions. They were real experiences of the family they might have remained. Still, the tragedy of normal is that it requires sustained commitment from everyone involved. One person can destroy normalcy, but it takes everyone working together to create and maintain it. In Loki's family, too many forces were working against the possibility of ordinary happiness.
Consider how much energy they invested in trying to be normal. Loki's attempts to fit in with the gods despite his giant heritage. Sigyn's efforts to create stability despite her husband's chaotic nature. The children's struggles to control their growing power and strange natures to avoid alarming the adults around them. Let your breathing slow. Feel the exhaustion that comes from constantly trying to be something you're not. The way that the effort to appear normal can become more damaging than simply accepting your abnormality. Now, the gods' fear of Loki's children was partly rooted in their potential for normalcy. If Fenrir could be a loyal guardian, if Jormungandr could be a benevolent ocean god, if Hel could be a wise counselor, then the prophecies might be wrong, and the entire cosmic order that justified the gods' power might be built on false assumptions. And so, normal became threatening, not because it was dangerous, but because it was too hopeful. If Loki's children could transcend their mythological roles, what did that say about everyone else's assumptions about fate, destiny, and the nature of divine authority?
Picture the moments when normal almost won, when Fenrir's loyalty almost convinced the gods to trust him, when Hel's wisdom almost made them reconsider her exile, when Sleipnir's service almost earned him acknowledgement as family rather than property. These were pivot points where everything could have changed. Let your thoughts drift like possibilities that existed but were never realized, and consider how much effort it takes to destroy normal. How many deliberate choices must be made to transform love into hatred, trust into suspicion, family into cosmic threat. Of course, normal was never really sustainable in their family.
given the external pressures they faced. The prophecies, the political dynamics, the cosmic significance of their existence, all of these forces worked against the possibility of ordinary family life. But the fact that they tried, and sometimes almost succeeded, makes their eventual failure more tragic. But there's also something beautiful about their pursuit of normalcy despite impossible odds. They kept trying to love each other in ordinary ways, even when their extraordinary circumstances made ordinary love almost impossible. They insisted on their humanity, even when the universe conspired to make them monsters.
Still, the mythology of normal can become its own kind of prison. The desperate pursuit of ordinary life can prevent people from accepting and embracing their actual nature, their real gifts, their authentic selves. Perhaps Loki's family would have been happier if they'd stopped trying to be normal and started trying to be themselves. Even their eventual embrace of their mythological roles at Ragnarok might represent a kind of liberation. The moment when they stopped trying to fit into categories that were too small for them and instead became fully who they were meant to be, regardless of whether that made others comfortable. Now, let your breathing deepen as you consider the seductive power of normal, the way that the possibility of ordinary happiness can sustain people through extraordinary suffering. In the quiet darkness, you can almost see the family they might have been, gathered around some cosmic dinner table, arguing about ordinary things. And so, we understand another layer of tragedy in their story. Not just that they were prevented from being normal, but that they spent so much energy trying to achieve something that may have been impossible from the beginning, given who they truly were.
Picture each of them in those moments when normal seemed within reach. Fenrir playing with other young gods, Hel laughing with both sides of her face, Jormungandr small enough to coil around Loki's arm like a beloved pet, all of them believing that love might be enough to overcome prophecy. Let your thoughts settle like dreams of what might have been, and remember that the pursuit of normal, even when unsuccessful, can be its own form of heroism. The refusal to accept that love and happiness are impossible, even in the face of cosmic dysfunction. Yet the gods, in their wisdom, transformed even the family's pursuit of normalcy into something aesthetically perfect, creating punishments so symbolically rich and visually striking that individual suffering became cosmic art, personal pain transformed into universal meaning. The gods didn't just punish Loki's family. They turned their suffering into art, creating exiles and bindings so perfectly calibrated, so aesthetically appropriate to each victim's nature, that their torments became cosmic masterpieces of cruelty. Close your eyes and consider the artistic sensibility behind Fenrir's binding. Not just restrained, but restrained by impossibilities. Held not by normal chains, but by a ribbon made from things that don't exist. There's a philosophical elegance to the concept that transforms practical imprisonment into metaphysical statement. Now, think about the visual poetry of Jormungandr wrapped around the entire world, tail in mouth, holding everything together while remaining utterly alone. The image is so perfect, so symbolically rich, that it transcends mere exile and becomes a kind of cosmic sculpture. And so, we encounter one of the most disturbing aspects
of divine justice in Norse mythology, the way that punishment was crafted not just to contain or correct, but to create meaning, to tell stories, to serve as eternal examples of what happens when you challenge the cosmic order. Picture Hel's exile to the underworld, not just banishment, but the transformation of banishment into governance, making her responsible for exactly the thing that her nature represented. There's an artistic symmetry to it that makes the punishment feel inevitable, appropriate, almost beautiful in its perfect matching of crime to consequence. Of course, this aesthetic approach to punishment reveals something disturbing about the gods' mindset. They weren't just trying to solve problems or maintain order. They were creating narratives, crafting meanings, turning individual suffering into universal symbols. But consider what this meant for Loki's children. They weren't just victims of divine justice. They were unwilling participants in cosmic art projects, their lives reshaped to serve aesthetic and symbolic purposes that had nothing to do with their actual crimes or their potential for redemption. Still, there's something undeniably powerful about the imagery the gods created. Fenrir, bound by impossibilities, speaks to deeper truths about the nature of constraint and freedom. Jormungandr, holding the world together, embodies profound paradoxes about connection and isolation. These aren't just punishments, they're mythological masterpieces.
Even Sigin's eternal vigil, catching poison in a bowl, creates one of the most emotionally resonant images in all of mythology. Love persisting in the face of systematic cruelty. Devotion that transcends logic or hope. The gods created, perhaps accidentally, one of the most powerful symbols of loyalty ever conceived. Let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of being transformed from person into symbol, from individual into artistic statement, from family member into eternal example of divine justice. Now, the aesthetic perfection of these punishments makes them more terrible, not less. If Fenrir had simply been killed or imprisoned normally, his suffering would have been finite, comprehensible, resistant to mythological interpretation. But by making his binding artistically perfect, the gods ensured that his pain would become eternal story. And so we see how aesthetics can be weaponized, how beauty can be used to make cruelty more palatable, more memorable, more likely to be passed down through generations as wisdom rather than questioned as injustice. Picture the divine artists at work, carefully calibrating each punishment to achieve maximum symbolic impact, ensuring that the suffering of Loki's children would serve not just practical purposes, but educational ones, teaching cosmic lessons about the price of challenging authority. Let your thoughts drift like brushstrokes on a canvas made of suffering, and consider how the transformation of individual pain into universal symbol affects both the victims and those who witness their punishment. Of course, there's also the possibility that the aesthetic perfection of these punishments was accidental, that the gods were simply trying to solve practical problems, and the symbolic richness emerged organically from the nature of the beings they were dealing with. But the result is the same: suffering transformed into art. But art that emerges from suffering
isn't necessarily invalidated by its origins. The images created by Loki's children's punishments have inspired countless stories, taught profound lessons about loyalty and betrayal, provided symbols that help people understand their own experiences of constraint and exile. Still, we must ask whether the educational or artistic value of their suffering justifies its existence. Does the fact that Fenrir's binding teaches us about the nature of trust and betrayal make the actual betrayal of an innocent being acceptable? Can aesthetic perfection excuse systematic cruelty? Even from the perspective of Loki's children, there might have been some bitter satisfaction in knowing that their punishments were at least memorable, that their suffering had been transformed into something so symbolically powerful that it would outlast the gods themselves. Now, let your breathing deepen as you consider the complex relationship between beauty and suffering, between artistic meaning and individual pain. In the quiet darkness, you can almost see the terrible beauty of their punishments, the way that perfect symbolism can make cruelty seem inevitable. And so, we understand another dimension of why it sucked to be Loki's family member. Not just that you were punished, but that your punishment was crafted to be aesthetically perfect, symbolically rich, artistically memorable, in ways that made your individual suffering serve larger narrative purposes.
Picture each of them trapped within the perfect symbolic expression of their nature. The wolf bound by impossibilities, the serpent embracing the world in solitude, the goddess ruling over the discarded dead, the horse carrying burdens between worlds without recognition. Let your thoughts settle like final touches on a masterpiece painted in suffering, and remember that sometimes the most beautiful images emerge from the darkest sources, but that beauty doesn't justify the darkness that created it. This aestheticization of suffering was embedded in a larger communication system, a grammar of cosmic dysfunction, where trauma had created its own language, its own codes, its own ways of speaking that made genuine intimacy almost impossible, even among those who desperately wanted to connect.
Every family develops its own language. Inside jokes, shared references, ways of communicating that make sense only to those who've lived through the same experiences. But when your family's native tongue is crisis, when your primary vocabulary consists of betrayal and exile, when your grammar is structured around the inevitability of apocalypse, conversation becomes impossible. Close your eyes and listen to the way Loki's family would have learned to speak to each other, not in words, but in the spaces between words, in the things that couldn't be said directly because saying them might trigger cosmic consequences. Now, imagine trying to express love when love has been weaponized against you, when every affectionate gesture might be interpreted as manipulation, when caring for someone has been proven to make them a target for divine intervention. And so, we encounter the linguistic dimension of their tragedy, the way that systematic trauma creates its own communication patterns, its own coded language, its own grammar of survival that makes genuine intimacy almost impossible to achieve or maintain.
Picture conversations between Loki and his children, where the real communication happens in subtext. How are you feeling might really mean, are you developing any new powers that might frighten the gods? While I love you might translate to, please don't become the monster they expect you to be. Of course, this coded communication was probably necessary for survival. In a family where honest expression of feeling could trigger cosmic intervention, where genuine intimacy could be used as leverage by enemies, where speaking truthfully about your nature might result in eternal exile, developing a secret language becomes a form of protection. But protection through silence is still a form of loss? How much deeper might their bonds have become if they could have spoken freely? How much pain might have been avoided if they could have addressed their problems directly, instead of communicating through metaphor and implication? Still, there's something beautiful about the language they must have developed. A family dialect built from shared experience of the impossible. Vocabulary that could express concepts that no other beings would need words for.
Even consider the conversations they couldn't have. Fenrir unable to ask, "Why do you fear me?" because asking might confirm the fears. Hel unable to say, "I'm lonely," because loneliness was part of her cosmic function. Jormungandr unable to express, "I'm holding everything together," because acknowledging his burden might make it seem like a choice rather than a necessity. Let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of words that can't be spoken, thoughts that can't be shared, feelings that must be encoded in gestures so subtle that even family members might miss their meaning. Now, the gods' surveillance of Loki's family would have further complicated their communication. Knowing that every word might be overheard, every gesture analyzed, every expression of affection scrutinized for signs of conspiracy, they would have learned to speak in layers, to hide their real meanings beneath acceptable surfaces.
And so, we see how political oppression creates its own linguistic patterns, how the fear of surveillance changes not just what people say, but how they think, not just their public communication, but their private understanding of their own experiences. Picture family gatherings where the most important conversations happened in glances, where genuine emotion had to be expressed through careful indirection, where saying, "I love you" might be safer than saying, "I understand why you're angry." Let your thoughts drift like messages passed in code, and consider how the inability to speak freely about your own experience shapes not just your relationships, but your sense of self, not just your communication, but your consciousness. Of course, there were probably moments when the linguistic barriers broke down, when crisis or extreme emotion forced them to speak more directly than was safe. These moments of honest communication might have been both relief and terror, finally saying what needed to be said while knowing the consequences might be severe. But the grammar of cosmic dysfunction doesn't just affect how family members speak to each other. It shapes how they understand themselves, how they narrate their own experiences, how they make meaning from their circumstances. Still, each of Loki's children would have developed their own dialect within the family language. Fenrir's communication shaped by the physical reality of his growing size and strength. Hel's vocabulary split between the languages of life and death. Jormungandr's words compressed by the weight of cosmic responsibility. Even their father's shape-shifting nature would have made communication even more complex.
How do you develop consistent patterns of interaction with someone whose fundamental identity shifts regularly? How do you learn to read emotional cues from someone who might be literally different today than they were yesterday? Now, let your breathing deepen as you consider the ways that family languages develop in response to trauma. How shared experience of the impossible creates vocabularies that outsiders can't understand. In the quiet darkness, you can almost hear the conversations that happened in the spaces between words.
And so we understand another aspect of why it sucked to be Loki's family member. Not just the external pressures and punishments, but the way that systematic trauma created communication patterns that made genuine intimacy almost impossible, even among people who desperately wanted to connect. Picture each of them carrying forward their own private dictionary of words that couldn't be spoken, feelings that couldn't be expressed, truths that could only be communicated through the most careful indirection. Let your thoughts settle like whispered words in a language that only exists in the spaces between safety and honesty. And remember that sometimes the most important communications happen not in what is said, but in what is carefully left unsaid. This coded language emerged from their unique relationship with time itself. For Loki's family existed not in the progressive temporality of growth and development, but in the apocalyptic time of countdown and revelation, where every moment moved them closer to predetermined endings rather than chosen futures. Time moved differently for Loki's family, not just because they were immortal beings, but because their lives were structured around the anticipation of endings, the knowledge that every moment was moving them closer to roles they didn't choose in an apocalypse they didn't want. Close your eyes and feel the weight of time when it's not cyclical or progressive, but apocalyptic. When every day brings you closer not to growth or achievement, but to predetermined destruction. When your personal timeline is synchronized with the end of everything. Now, imagine growing up knowing exactly when and how you'll die, exactly what role you'll play in the universe's final act, exactly how your story ends before you've had a chance to figure out how you want to live it. And so, we encounter perhaps the most psychologically devastating aspect of their existence. Not just that they were trapped by prophecy, but that prophecy restructured their entire relationship with time, making every moment simultaneously precious and meaningless. Picture Fenrir in his early years, playing and learning and growing, all while carrying the knowledge that he would eventually swallow Odin whole. How do you form a relationship with someone you're destined to kill? How do you enjoy the present when the future is so terrible? Of course, the chronology of their lives was structured around countdown rather than development. Instead of time moving toward achievement, fulfillment, or discovery, it moved toward revelation of their worst possible selves. Every year brought them closer not to who they might become, but to what others already believed them to be. But consider how this affected their ability to plan, to hope, to invest in relationships or personal growth. When you know your story ends in cosmic destruction, what's the point of trying to become a better person? When your timeline is synchronized with apocalypse, how do you motivate yourself to work on personal development?
Still, there's something almost liberating about knowing your ending in advance. Fenrir didn't have to wonder about his purpose or search for his calling. He knew exactly what he was meant to do, even if he hated it. The certainty was terrible, but it was also freedom from the anxiety of uncertainty.
Even their immortality made the temporal aspect of their tragedy even more cruel. Mortal beings can hope that death will provide escape from predetermined destinies, but Loki's children had to live with the knowledge that they would persist long enough to fulfill every detail of the prophecies that defined them. The gods' treatment of them was partly motivated by their own temporal anxiety, knowing that Ragnarok was coming, knowing that these children would play essential roles in cosmic destruction. The gods tried to control time itself by controlling the agents of their own ending. And so we see another layer of the cosmic irony. The gods' attempts to delay or prevent their own destruction actually accelerated it. By treating Loki's children as enemies in waiting, they ensured that when the predicted time came, those children would indeed be enemies. Picture the different ways each child processed their temporal imprisonment. Fenrir growing stronger and angrier with each passing day. Jörmungandr expanding through time as well as space. Hel learning to find meaning in the space between moments, in the transitions that others overlooked.
Let your thoughts drift like moments that have already been written, and consider how knowing your ending changes not just your future, but your entire experience of the present. Not just your plans, but your ability to inhabit time fully. Of course, there were probably moments when they tried to rebel against their temporal fate, when they attempted to change the timeline, to become something other than what prophecy demanded. But the universe seemed designed to channel them back toward their predetermined roles. But rebellion against time itself might have been exactly what the universe needed. Perhaps their resistance to their temporal fate was part of what made them effective agents of change. Their refusal to accept predetermined endings what gave them the strength to actually end things. Still, the chronology of their unbecoming wasn't just about cosmic destiny, but about personal identity. Each of them had to watch themselves become something they hadn't chosen to be, had to experience the gradual erosion of their preferred self in favor of their mythological self.
Even their relationships with each other were complicated by temporal knowledge. How do you love someone when you know that love will eventually be weaponized? How do you build family bonds when you know those bonds will be systematically destroyed? Now, let your breathing deepen as you consider the ways that knowledge of endings shapes the experience of beginnings and middles, how apocalyptic time differs from developmental time. In the quiet darkness, you can almost feel the weight of a future that has already been written. And so, we understand another dimension of why it sucked to be Loki's family member. Not just the external pressures and internal dysfunction, but the way that prophetic knowledge restructured their entire relationship with time, making every moment simultaneously urgent and pointless.
Picture each of them moving through time,
not toward discovery, but toward revelation, not toward becoming, but toward unbecoming, carrying the weight of a future that felt more real than their present. Loki's family didn't just destroy relationships, they created an entire ecosystem of destruction, a complex environment where every action produced reactions that spread through the cosmic order like ripples from stones thrown into still water. Close your eyes and picture the delicate balance of the Norse cosmos, 9 realms connected by the world tree, countless beings whose lives intersected in patterns so complex that changing one element could trigger cascading effects throughout the entire system. Now, imagine what it meant to introduce beings like Loki's children into this carefully balanced environment. They weren't just individuals with personal problems, they were cosmic forces whose very existence disrupted the equilibrium that kept everything functioning. And so we encounter the ecological dimension of their tragedy, the way that their dysfunction spread beyond their immediate family to affect the entire cosmic ecosystem, creating instabilities that eventually made universal destruction not just possible, but inevitable. Picture the ripple effects of Fenrir's binding, not just the immediate consequence of creating an enemy, but the long-term effects on divine credibility, on the relationship between gods and giants, on the entire system of trust and hospitality that held cosmic society together. Of course, ecosystems are resilient up to a point, but they have tipping points beyond which small changes trigger massive systemic collapse. Loki's family existed right at these tipping points, their actions capable of pushing the entire cosmic system beyond its ability to self-correct. But consider how the gods' responses to Loki's children created their own ecological effects. Every binding, every exile, every attempt at containment changed the cosmic environment in ways that made further instability more likely rather than less. Still, there's something darkly beautiful about the ecological completeness of their destruction. They didn't just end the world randomly, they dismantled it systematically, each of them targeting specific aspects of cosmic order that they had personal reasons to destroy. Of them targeting specific aspects of cosmic order that they had personal reasons to destroy. Even their coordinated attack during Ragnarok represents a kind of ecological intelligence. They understood the cosmic system well enough to know exactly where to apply pressure to bring about total collapse, which elements to target to ensure that nothing could be rebuilt. Let your breathing slow. Feel the interconnectedness of destruction, the way the damage in one area spreads to affect every other area, the mathematics of systemic collapse. Now, think about how the gods' own ecological position contributed to their downfall. As the dominant species in the cosmic ecosystem, they had the most to lose from systemic change, which made them the most invested in preventing it, and therefore the most vulnerable to those who had nothing left to lose. And so, we see another layer of environmental irony. The gods' attempts to preserve cosmic stability actually created the conditions for cosmic collapse.
By exiling or binding the agents of change, they prevented the small adjustments that might have maintained overall balance. Picture the cosmic environment just before Ragnarok. Not a healthy ecosystem, but a damaged one, held together by increasingly desperate measures, kept functional only through constant intervention and management. Let your thoughts drift like seeds of destruction carried on cosmic winds, and consider how environmental collapse operates on scales from families to universes, how the same patterns of dysfunction reproduce themselves at every level of organization. Of course, there's also the question of whether the cosmic ecosystem was sustainable in its original form. Perhaps Ragnarok represented not just destruction, but necessary renewal, the kind of environmental reset that allows for new growth after old systems have become too rigid to adapt. But renewal through destruction is cold comfort for those who have to live through the destruction phase. The promise of eventual rebirth doesn't make the experience of ecological collapse any less terrifying for those caught in it. Still, each of Loki's children contributed their own expertise to the ecological dimension of cosmic destruction. Fenrir understood the social ecology of power and betrayal. Jormungandr knew the physical ecology of planetary systems. Hel grasped the spiritual ecology of death and renewal. Even their father's role as both destroyer and creator reflects the ecological truth that destruction and creation are not opposites, but parts of the same process. Loki's chaos-making was also world-making, his disruption of old patterns the necessary precursor to new possibilities. Now, let your breathing deepen as you consider the ways that individual dysfunction can scale up to environmental collapse, how family problems can become cosmic problems when the family operates at cosmic scales. In the quiet darkness, you can almost feel the delicate balance of interconnected systems tipping toward cascade failure. And so, we understand another aspect of why it sucked to be Loki's family member. Not just the personal costs of dysfunction, but the knowledge that your family problems were literally environmental problems, that your personal struggles were contributing to universal instability. Picture each of them as keystone species in an ecosystem they never chose to join, their removal or dysfunction causing effects that rippled out far beyond their individual circumstances, ultimately contributing to the collapse of the entire cosmic environment. Let your thoughts settle like sediment after ecological disaster, and remember that sometimes destruction is not the opposite of creation, but its necessary precursor. Not the end of growth, but the clearing of space for new kinds of life. This ecological perspective reveals the mathematical precision underlying their suffering. For in the cosmic equations that governed reality, their pain served specific functions. Their dysfunction solved universal problems. Their destruction enabled renewal according to calculations that reduced individual experience to variables in cosmic formulas. Every family has its calculus of pain. Who suffers most?
who suffers longest, who bears the greatest burden of responsibility for everyone else's suffering. But when your family operates on cosmic scales, when individual pain has universal consequences, when personal decisions affect the fate of entire worlds, the mathematics become almost incomprehensibly complex. Close your eyes and consider the equations that governed Loki's family dynamics. Not simple arithmetic of cause and effect, but complex calculations involving multiple variables, exponential functions, and outcomes that changed depending on who was doing the measuring. Now, try to quantify Fenrir's suffering. Is it measured in years of binding, in the intensity of betrayal, in the cosmic significance of his eventual revenge? How do you compare physical restraint to emotional devastation, to the burden of knowing you're destined to destroy everything you once loved? And so, we encounter the impossibility of fairly distributing suffering in a family where individual pain has cosmic consequences, where personal tragedy serves universal functions, where private grief becomes public symbol. Picture the gods trying to solve their own mathematical problem. How much suffering is necessary to prevent greater suffering? How much injustice can be justified to maintain cosmic justice? What is the acceptable ratio of individual pain to universal stability? Of course, the mathematics of suffering become even more complex when you factor in immortality. Finite beings can hope that death will end their pain, but immortal suffering represents infinite quantities that break normal moral calculations. But consider the different types of mathematical operations each family member experienced. Fenrir's suffering was multiplication, small betrayals compounded over time into cosmic rage. Jormungandr's was integration, continuous solitude accumulated across vast scales. Hel's was division, her very being split between incompatible states. Still, there's something almost elegant about the way their individual sufferings combine to create a perfectly balanced equation of universal destruction. Each contributed exactly the right type and amount of pain to ensure that when Ragnarok came, every element of cosmic order would be systematically dismantled.
Even Zigin's suffering represents perhaps the purest mathematical expression of love in the entire mythology. An infinite series of small acts of mercy, each one identical to the last, continuing without hope of resolution or reward. Her pain was both infinite and infinitesimal, both everything and nothing. Let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of calculations that have no solution, equations that balance only through the destruction of all variables, mathematics that lead inevitably to the negation of the entire system. Now, think about how the gods' own mathematical approach to cosmic management contributed to their downfall. They tried to solve emotional and spiritual problems through rational calculation, to manage chaos through ordered planning, to prevent destruction through systematic oppression. And so, we see the limits of mathematical thinking when applied to family dynamics, the way that reducing complex relationships to simple equations inevitably leaves out variables that turn out to be essential.
Picture Loki himself as a variable that couldn't be properly calculated. Sometimes positive, sometimes negative, sometimes imaginary, always changing value depending on context. His children inherited his mathematical instability, making them impossible to integrate into any stable cosmic equation. Let your thoughts drift like algorithms searching for solutions that don't exist, and consider how the attempt to mathematically optimize family relations often creates exactly the dysfunction it's trying to prevent. Of course, there's also the question of whether the mathematics of their suffering served any larger purpose. Did the cosmic equations balance? Did the universal calculations work out? Was the mathematical precision of their pain necessary for some greater cosmic function? But even if their suffering served mathematical purposes, even if their pain was necessary for cosmic balance, even if their dysfunction was required for universal function, that doesn't make the individual experience of that suffering any less real or any less terrible. Still, each of them found ways to make their own mathematical sense of their circumstances. Fenrir's calculations led to the conclusion that betrayal must be answered with betrayal. Jormungandr's equations suggested that isolation required universal embrace. Hel's mathematics proved that death and life were not opposites, but variables in the same formula. Even their eventual rebellion at Ragnarok represents a kind of mathematical revolt, the moment when they refused to accept the equations others had written for them, and instead chose to solve for their own variables, even if the solution required dividing by zero and breaking the entire system. Now, let your breathing deepen as you consider the ways that attempts to quantify suffering often miss the qualitative aspects that matter most. How mathematical approaches to family dynamics can create the very chaos they're trying to prevent. In the quiet darkness, you can almost hear the sound of cosmic calculators overheating. And so, we understand another dimension of why it sucked to be Loki's family member. Not just the suffering itself, but the way that suffering was mathematicized, quantified, treated as variables in equations they never agreed to be part of. Picture each of them as numbers in calculations they couldn't see, their pain treated as data points, their experiences reduced to variables, their individual humanity lost in the cosmic mathematics that determined their fates. Let your thoughts settle like final sums in ledgers that will never balance, and remember that some things resist quantification, that the most important aspects of human experience often can't be captured in equations, no matter how sophisticated the mathematics. Yet, even the most sophisticated mathematics required technological implementation,
and the gods had developed reality-bending technologies of control so advanced they could contain beings whose very existence threatened the stability of the universe. These were not mere chains and prisons, but innovations that reshaped the fundamental nature of reality itself.
The gods were early adopters of sophisticated control technologies, not digital surveillance or electronic monitoring, but reality-bending innovations designed specifically to contain beings whose very existence threatened the stability of the universe. Close your eyes and marvel at the engineering that went into Gleipnir, a chain made from impossible things, representing perhaps the most advanced technology ever developed for the specific purpose of containing something that couldn't be contained by normal means. Now, consider what it took to create such a device. The gods had to commission the dwarfs, master craftsmen of impossible objects, to invent entirely new categories of restraint. They had to gather materials that didn't exist, apply forces that couldn't be measured, create bonds that operated outside normal physics. And so we encounter the technological dimension of divine oppression, the way that systematic control requires constant innovation, new methods, increasingly sophisticated tools for managing increasingly complex threats.
Picture the research and development that must have preceded Jormungandr's exile, not just throwing him into the ocean, but creating oceanic monitoring systems, developing techniques for tracking something too large to see completely, inventing early warning systems for cosmic scale movements. Of course, the technology of containment always operates one step behind the reality of what needs to be contained. Every new restraint system provokes new forms of resistance. Every surveillance innovation creates new ways of avoiding detection. Every control mechanism spawns new techniques for circumventing control. But consider the psychological technology involved in their containment strategies. It wasn't enough to physically restrain Loki's children. The gods had to develop sophisticated methods for managing the emotional and spiritual aspects of their imprisonment as well. Still, there's something almost admirable about the technological sophistication the gods achieved in their pursuit of cosmic control. They created monitoring systems that spanned multiple realms, restraint technologies that operated outside normal physics, surveillance networks that could track beings who existed on scales too large for conventional observation.
Even Hell's exile represents a different kind of technological solution. Not containment, but redirection. Not suppression, but channeling. Instead of trying to eliminate her unsettling nature, the gods developed a system that made her strangeness useful, her difference productive, her alienation functional. Now, think about how the development of these containment technologies changed the gods themselves. Every innovation in oppression required them to become more sophisticated in their thinking about control, more paranoid in their surveillance, more creative in their cruelty. And so we see how the development of control technologies changes not just the controlled, but the controllers. How the tools we create to manage others inevitably reshape our own understanding of what management means.
Picture the divine engineering teams working on these projects. Brainstorming sessions focused on new methods of cosmic restraint.
design reviews for reality-bending control systems, beta testing for technologies that had never been attempted before. Let your thoughts drift like blueprints for machines designed to break spirits, and consider how technological sophistication can make oppression more efficient, more total, more difficult to resist or escape. Of course, the ultimate irony is that all of these sophisticated control technologies failed completely. Despite the impossible chains, the cosmic monitoring systems, the reality-bending restraints, Ragnarok still came. The containment systems still failed. The controlled still broke free. But perhaps the failure was built into the technology from the beginning. Perhaps systems designed to control beings who couldn't be controlled were always doomed to fail. Perhaps the technological approach to family management was fundamentally flawed from conception. Still, the legacy of these containment technologies persists even after their failure. The idea that complex problems require sophisticated solutions, that difficult people need advanced management systems, that family dysfunction should be addressed through systematic control rather than understanding. These concepts outlasted the specific technologies that embodied them. Even consider how Loki's children learned to work with and against these technological systems. They developed their own innovations in resistance, their own technologies of escape, their own methods for turning the gods' sophisticated control systems against themselves. Now let your breathing deepen as you consider the ways that technological solutions to human problems often create more problems than they solve. How sophisticated control systems can become more oppressive than simple violence. In the quiet darkness, you can almost hear the hum of cosmic machinery designed to constrain rather than create. And so, we understand another aspect of why it sucked to be Loki's family member. Not just that you were controlled, but that you were the test subjects for increasingly sophisticated control technologies, the guinea pigs for cosmic experiments in systematic oppression.
Picture each of them interfacing with technologies specifically designed to negate their essential nature. Fenrir, bound by impossibilities. Jormungandr, monitored by systems that treated him as a geological feature rather than a being. Hel, governed by administrative structures that transformed her exile into bureaucratic procedure. Let your thoughts settle like data in systems designed to process people rather than understand them. And remember that the most sophisticated technologies often produce the most sophisticated failures. That high-tech solutions to low-tech problems usually miss the point entirely. And so we come to the final truth about Loki's family, that all of their suffering, all of their dysfunction, all of their cosmic significance existed within cycles that repeat eternally, patterns that play out infinitely, stories that end only to begin again with the same essential elements arranged in the same tragic configurations.
When Ragnarok finally came,
when the carefully constructed cosmic order collapsed into chaos, when Loki's children finally fulfilled their prophetic roles as destroyers of everything. The ending wasn't really an ending at all, but a return to the beginning, a cosmic reset that would allow the entire cycle of dysfunction to begin again. Close your eyes and picture the aftermath of universal destruction, not empty void, but fertile ground for new growth, new possibilities, new versions of the same eternal patterns that had played out before and would play out again. Now, consider what this means for the suffering of Loki's family. Their pain wasn't unique or historically specific, but part of an eternal pattern, a cosmic template that would be filled in again and again by different actors playing the same essential roles. And so, we encounter perhaps the most profound tragedy in their story, not that they suffered, but that their suffering was eternal. Not that they were destroyed, but that they were doomed to be recreated and destroyed repeatedly throughout cosmic time. Picture the new world that emerges after Ragnarok, fresh and green and full of possibility, populated by survivors and new beings who will eventually develop their own conflicts, their own dysfunctions, their own versions of the patterns that destroyed their predecessors. Of course, eternal recurrence means that Loki's children weren't just victims of cosmic injustice, but participants in cosmic necessity. Their destruction wasn't a bug in the system, but a feature, not an accident of divine paranoia, but an essential function of universal renewal. But this cosmic perspective doesn't diminish the reality of their individual suffering. Even if their pain serves eternal purposes, even if their destruction enables cosmic renewal, even if their dysfunction is necessary for universal function, they still experienced every moment of betrayal, every century of isolation, every instant of agonizing realization that they had become the monsters everyone expected them to be. Still, there's something both terrifying and comforting about the idea that their story will be told again, that new versions of themselves will face the same challenges, make the same mistakes, suffer the same consequences. They are simultaneously unique individuals and eternal archetypes.
Even their rebellion at Ragnarok takes on different meaning in the context of eternal recurrence. They weren't just destroying a world that had mistreated them. They were participating in the cosmic process that makes new worlds possible, clearing space for fresh attempts at divine family life. Let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of patterns that repeat endlessly, cycles that complete only to begin again, stories that end only to start over with new characters in familiar roles. Now, think about what it would mean to be consciously aware of eternal recurrence, to know that you will live this exact life infinite times, make these same choices repeatedly, suffer these same consequences eternally. And so, we see the ultimate test of acceptance, not just accepting your role in this cosmic cycle, but accepting
that you will play this role forever, that your choices will be repeated endlessly, that your suffering and your joy will recur throughout eternity.
Picture each of Loki's children coming to terms with their eternal nature. Fenrir realizing that he will be betrayed and bound and will break free to devour Odin infinite times. Jormungandr understanding that his solitary embrace of the world will be his eternal function. Hel accepting that she will guide the dead through countless cycles of cosmic death and rebirth. Let your thoughts drift like echoes that will sound again and again, and consider whether eternal recurrence makes suffering more meaningful because it's eternal, or more meaningless because it's repetitive. Of course, there's also the possibility that consciousness of eternal recurrence creates the opportunity for variation, that knowing you will repeat this pattern infinitely might enable you to repeat it differently, to find new ways of playing familiar roles. But even the possibility of variation within eternal patterns doesn't eliminate the fundamental tragedy of being trapped in cycles you didn't choose, playing roles you didn't audition for, suffering consequences for choices you made infinite times before.
Still, perhaps eternal recurrence is also eternal opportunity, infinite chances to get it right, endless possibilities for redemption, countless opportunities to transform suffering into wisdom, dysfunction into growth, destruction into creation. Even the love between family members takes on cosmic significance in the context of eternal recurrence. If you will love these people forever, if you will hurt them and be hurt them repeatedly throughout eternity, if your bonds will be tested infinitely, then every moment of connection becomes infinitely precious. Now, let your breathing deepen as you consider the implications of eternal recurrence for understanding family, suffering, and the meaning of individual choice within cosmic patterns. In the quiet darkness, you can almost hear the sound of the cosmic wheel turning, beginning another rotation of the same eternal story. And so, we complete our exploration of why it sucked to be Loki's family member, not just because of the immediate suffering, the cosmic dysfunction, the divine paranoia, the systematic oppression, but because all of this exists within cycles that repeat eternally, patterns that play out infinitely, stories that end only to begin again.
Picture each of them preparing for another cycle, carrying forward the wisdom gained from infinite repetitions of the same mistakes, the love developed through eternal return to the same relationships, the strength built through endless experience of the same sufferings. Let your thoughts settle like seeds that will grow into the same trees in infinite gardens. And remember that eternal recurrence makes every moment both infinitely important and ultimately temporary. Every choice both eternally significant and eventually forgotten. In the end, being Loki's family member sucked, not just because it was difficult, but because it was eternally difficult. Not just because it was tragic, but because it was infinitely tragic. Not just because it was painful, but because that pain would echo through eternity, creating and destroying worlds, teaching and forgetting lessons, loving and betraying with the regularity of cosmic seasons. And yet, they endured, they loved, they found meaning in meaninglessness, purpose in chaos, hope in eternal repetition. They became not just victims of cosmic dysfunction, but participants in cosmic necessity, not just casualties of divine politics, but essential elements of universal renewal. Their story ends where it began, with a family whose love was too large for the world to contain, whose dysfunction was too cosmic for normal solutions, whose suffering was too meaningful for easy dismissal. They were Loki's children, and that was both their curse and their calling, their tragedy and their triumph, their ending and their eternal beginning.
And so we close this exploration of divine dysfunction, cosmic trauma, and the particular suffering that comes from being essential to processes you never chose to participate in. In the quiet darkness, as these ancient patterns of love and betrayal continue their eternal dance, perhaps we can find some comfort in knowing that even the gods struggled with family dynamics, that even cosmic beings failed at love, that even eternal patterns can be faced with dignity and grace. Sleep well, knowing that your own family dysfunctions, however difficult, operate on mercifully finite scales.